call the 2,364th meeting of the Milwaukee City Council to order. This meeting is being conducted in person at City Hall and by video conference. The public may participate in this meeting by coming to City Hall, joining in the Zoom webinar, or watching on the city's YouTube channel or on Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during this meeting. If you would like to address council, you may come to City Hall. However, seating in chambers is limited. If you are interested in speaking, please let staff know by emailing ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov for those on Zoom, or by submitting a yellow comment card for those of you at City Hall. When it's time to take public comment, staff will monitor the comment cards, the email inbox, the Zoom participant list, and chat. We will take comments in the order that they are received and seen. Written comments may be emailed to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. The public may also participate in the Zoom webinar by phone by dialing 1-253-215-8782, entering webinar ID 831-8669-0512, and passcode 023745. If you are calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. Spanish translation services are also available upon request. The public is asked to request translation of their meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Contamos con servicio de traducción al español cuando sea solicitado. Se pide al público que solicite servicios de traducción y otros servicios de accesibilidad para reuniones por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión. Translation services are also available in other languages. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge Allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The City of Milwaukee respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kalapuya Etc. Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. Scott, I'm hearing myself. Where's that coming from?
We've turned the PA on. We have a new system. You see less wires here, but we're coming in through the room. I'll have Josh, if you can turn the PA down just a little bit, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. It's just, all right, appreciate it. Kick off the 16th season of the Milwaukee Poetry Series with a reading from David J.S. Pickering on Wednesday, September 14th from 6 to 7:15 p.m. at Ledding Library. Join the Milwaukee Environmental Stewards Group on Saturday, September 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. for a Milwaukee Sustainability Fair. The event will include recycling opportunities, vendors, a repair fair, a clothing swap, live music, art, food, and many other family-friendly activities. The event takes place downtown across from City Hall in the parking lot at Harrison Street and Main. Learn about playground design, safety, and play concepts, including nature-based, inclusive, and sensory-based, at a playground design presentation on Thursday, September 22nd from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. The knowledge that you gain will help you provide informed feedback during upcoming park planning processes. The presentation will be done virtually using Zoom. Attend a conversation with Kate Birdsall on Thursday, September 22nd from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Ledding Library. Kate is the author of the memoir In Between and Stars in the 2022 film Strictly for the Birds. City Manager Ann Ober is hosting another open door session on Tuesday, September 27th from 9 to 10 a.m. No sign up is necessary, and sessions are first come, first served. Sessions take place at City Hall here in the council chambers. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage at milwaukeeoregon.gov or call 503-786-7555. You have something?
I do. Thursday night this week from 4 to 8 p.m. If you eat dinner or get a treat at Mike's Drive-In, part of your proceeds go to the Milwaukie Parks Foundation, which to support Milwaukie Bay Park. So you are supposed to have a little flyer, which we've been handing out at events around town, but you can find it on the Milwaukie Parks Foundation Facebook page and print it out and turn it in at Mike's so that the proportion of your purchase goes to support our parks. Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else? Anything? No? All right. Then our next item is the American Legion Day Proclamation, which will be presented by American Legion Post 180 past Post Commander Mike Wilson. Welcome, Mike. Welcome.
Thank you.
So go ahead, give your presentation, and I'll read the proclamation.
Okay. For the record, my name is Michael Wilson. I'm the past commander of the Milwaukie American Legion Post 180, located at 2146 Southeast Monroe Street, Milwaukie. I served the last 6 years as the post commander. Mayor Gamba and city councilors, thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council on the American Legion and its 103rd anniversary of service to our country. Rather than making my remarks about the National American Legion, I want to tell you about the local American Legion Post. The Milwaukie Post has served our community for 64 years. There are 115 American Legion posts in Oregon with 14,000 members. The Milwaukie Post is the second largest post in the state with 600 members. The Milwaukie Post is classified as a nonprofit, military-oriented fraternal organization. Although we are a membership organization, we open our doors to the community for many social and community events. Events such as Sunday breakfast, Sunday bingo, Taco Tuesdays, Wingy Wednesdays, Monday Night Football on our large screen TVs. Our facility is also used for a variety of charity and service events, clothing drives, food drives, Christmas toy drives, children Halloween and Christmas parties, and our monthly Red Cross blood drives. Over the last 18 months, 600 units of blood have been collected, which had a positive impact on approximately 1,800 individuals. The Milwaukie Post Honor Guard, over the last 18 months, has performed over 500 community service missions, primarily providing military honors for deceased service members at the Willamette National Cemetery. Our members give back to our community by serving on a variety of citizen boards and commissions. We have members on the Clackamas County Planning Commission, Clackamas County Transportation Safety Commission, Veterans Advisory Boards, and the Clackamas County Enhanced Law Enforcement Citizen Advisory Board. The Post, working with the Milwaukie Police Department, established a fund 3 years ago to assist the police department in addressing the needs of veterans they come in contact with during their patrols. This fund is designed to address the immediate needs of veterans until more formal assistance can be obtained from local, state, and federal agencies. These are but a few of our accomplishments and community involvements. I could go on, but my time is limited. Let me say in closing, today, the number of discharged veterans from the global war on terrorism has surpassed 500,000. The Legion's federally chartered role to support them could not be more profound. The Legion strongly believes that a veteran is a veteran, no matter the war era or the nature or location of his or her service. In that regard, the American Legion is the only organization that works on behalf of all 25 million U.S. veterans and all those who will eventually follow in the armed services of our country. The Milwaukie American Legion Post 180 is a community asset and appreciates your recognition of the American Legion and its service to our county, state, and nation. The members of the Milwaukie Post are committed to continue to serve our veterans, our communities, and the citizens of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think I may have missed it, but when you were listing all the things that veterans were serving on it, you might have missed the Milwaukie City Council. Did you get it? Yeah.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
I just, if I can, Mayor, do you mind? I just want to thank you. I also serve, I'm the chair of the Veteran Advisory Council for Clackamas County. And I appreciate what you guys do with the Corporal Diffie Fund. And we are working on expanding that, as you know, throughout the county. So what you guys do for vets is incredible. I'm a member of the Post, and as an Iraq combat veteran, I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you.
Well, come on down to the Post.
Yes, sir. I'll be there. I'll bring my little baby boy, too.
Bring him.
Yeah.
All right. Whereas,
I have something.
sorry.
Did you say Wing Wednesday? Yeah?
Chicken wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, count me in.
Come on down.
Yeah.
all right. Whereas the American Legion was chartered by Congress on September 16th, 1919, as a wartime veterans organization based on the 4 pillars of veterans affairs and rehabilitation, national security, Americanism, and children and youth. And whereas the American Legion has become a preeminent community service organization with more than 2.5 million members in over 14,000 posts worldwide, supporting a variety of programs to benefit our nation's veterans, its service members, their families, the youth of America, and its citizens. And whereas Legionnaires uphold the ideals of freedom and democracy while working to make a difference in the lives of all Americans, and whereas the city of Milwaukie enjoys a strong partnership with the American Legion, Post 180, and its affiliated units and organizations, and whereas the 2022 observance of American Legion Day provides an opportunity to recognize Legionnaires in our community for their many civic contributions. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas and the State of Oregon, do hereby proclaim September 16th, 2022 as American Legion Day in the City of Milwaukie, and do hereby commend its observance to all citizens of the Dogwood City of the West.
And Mike, thank you, a personal thank you for your 6 years of service leading the Post in Milwaukie.
Well,
I know you're still deeply involved, but you've been the face of the Legion for a long time for us. So thank you for that.
thank you.
Yes, we're done. Thanks, Mike. Next up, Constitution Week, a proclamation. This will be presented by the Daughters of the American Revolution.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Phyllis Hines. I am representing my chapter, Susanna Lee Barlow chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. And we are housed in Oregon City, but serve quite a bit of the area, including Milwaukie members. Constitution Week was initiated by the Daughters of the American Revolution. The DAR is a patriotic organization that encourages education and historic preservation in communities across America. In 1955, the Daughters of the American Revolution adopted a project to promote the observance of the U.S. Constitution with a Memorial Week beginning on the anniversary of the signing of this document, September 17th. DAR chapters, committees, and members were encouraged to study, teach, and discuss the U.S. Constitution. They were also encouraged to invite their governors and mayors to issue proclamations celebrating the Constitution. Constitution Week was officially declared by President Eisenhower on August 2nd, 1956. During colonial and early days of our country, church bells, fire bells, and town and city hall bells were all used to call people together to alert them to some important announcement or event. Bells called the people of Philadelphia together to hear the Declaration of Independence read publicly for the first time on July 4th, 1776. Then again, just over 11 years later, on September 17th, bells were used to call people to hear the first public reading of the new Constitution. The most significant statements they heard were in the preamble of the Constitution, which outlined the organization of our republic and the rule of law that would hold our new country together. Many have memorized these 52 words, finding them just as profound today as they were when they were first written. Across the United States, all citizens are encouraged to ring bells on September 17th at 1 p.m. their local time in celebration of the Constitution. And I invite you all to try and do that at your home and ring a bell at 1 o'clock on September 17th in honor of our Constitution. Thank you, Mayor, for signing the Constitution Week proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, did ordain and establish a Constitution for the United States of America. And whereas on September 17, 2022 marks the 235th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution by a convention of the states, and whereas it is fitting to recognize this essential document on the anniversary of its adoption in accordance with Public Law 915, which guarantees that a proclamation will be issued annually by the President of the United States, designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas and the State of Oregon, do hereby proclaim September 16th, 2022 as Constitution Week in the City of Milwaukie and do commend its observance by all citizens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
You should note that we're skipping you should note that we're postponing.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Just,
So we have-
yeah.
Go ahead. We had a resolution or a proclamation, sorry, on National Preparedness Month, but we're not prepared to give a proclamation tonight.
So we're doing it next, the 20th. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Community comment.
So these two are your.
Yeah. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear community members' statements regarding city business. For those in person who wish to speak, please submit a yellow comment card found on the table just outside the door. If you are on Zoom, please use the raised hand reaction to alert staff you wish to speak, and when instructed to begin, click the microphone option to unmute yourself. If you are calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. You may also email comments to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because information provided during the community comments may be new, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Before we begin, is there any follow-up from the August 16th community comments, Ms. Ober?
There are not. Thank you.
All right. So this is general community comments. Comments on the resolutions that are coming is a separate item. So I have 2 so far. We'll start with those and see if there are more. Paul Lisak. Come on up. Yep, have a seat. Tell us your name and city of residence, and
Pardon?
tell us your name and your city of residence, and then whatever else you'd like to tell us.
My name is Paul Lisac, spelled Lisac, and my driver's license says 9035 Southeast 32nd Avenue, Milwaukee, because I actually live on a boat. It's a large boat, but it's a boat. I'm here to support a later agenda that's on what you're doing, but as I sat down, and this was before I saw the proclamations that just went through, the Lisac family, my grandfather started Lisac's Meats Butcher Shop in 1922. So according to my math, that's 100 years. that we have been in this community, doing business in this community. You know, my father was born in this community, died in this community, raised his children. We've raised my children. So I don't know. I was just wondering if there was any sort of appreciation proclamation that the city council could do. I think it would be really special for my mother if the city did something. I would appreciate it too. But that's all I really wanted to say and bring up. So I don't know what the process would be, or
We'll probably start with a conversation with the city manager. And
So we have your contact information. I'll just send you an email. We have your email information on your sign-up, so we'll be in touch tomorrow.
that would be very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
thank you. All right, and then the other one I have for is Pat, is it Strauss? I'm not sure.
Staves, maybe?
It's Stouse.
Strauss, sorry.
That's okay. I think you all know where I live, the corner of 55th and Monroe. Quite frankly, I'm very sad to say that I live in the city of Milwaukie right now. I have sent 3 mails for information regarding ordinances and violations, trying to understand the system and mostly to make sure that we're no longer in violation for anything. All I receive is dead silence. I haven't received information from any one of you or anyone that works from the city, other than Adam, who has reached out and gave me some information I needed. Just on the drive down here, there are 3 homes previously in violation, still in violation, that I got from the paperwork I received from the city manager. And that's out of 6 that I looked at. That's 50% of the previous complaints that are still in violation. One being right across the street from the police station. You can't tell me they don't see it every time they go in and out, because it's been there forever. And they had received a notice clear back in 2012. I have over 70 pictures here and more on my phone of violations. And I'm not just talking about boats and RVs. I'm talking about sheds. I'm talking about carports. I'm talking about garbage out in people's yards. And nothing's being done about that, including on Monroe, where supposedly when they saw our boat and RV, kitty corner from us is a carport that is right on their property line, a shed that is right on their property line. Down the street, there's a boat and an RV. There's someone living in a trailer down the street from us. They're still all there. So I'm extremely frustrated, number one, that nobody will respond to me. After 3 emails, I'm just disgusted that anybody in a city would do that. I thought everyone worked for the people that lived within the city. We maintain our home. Our property is well maintained. Our home is well maintained. Everything we owned is well maintained. Isn't that what should matter? Not whether we can afford to own a boat and an RV and keep it behind a fence. It's not obstructing anybody's view. It's not causing any problems. And it wouldn't bother me so much if I didn't see that everyone else within the city, and unfortunately, Mayor, if you still live on 24th Street,
No.
well, whoever's living in your old house, they're in violation. It's everywhere within the city. You can't drive down 2 blocks that you don't see something. And yet, the only time they address it is if they get a complaint and they happen to see something. But they don't see all of them. It's like they have tunnel vision. And if I have to adhere to the ordinances, which nobody can tell me why they were even put in place in the first place, why doesn't the rest of the city have to adhere to them as well? That's my biggest frustration. They're not working as they currently are. And nobody wants to deal with it. Nobody other than me.
when I wrote you back when you first wrote, it was after having spent a fair amount of time working with staff, both planners and others, to try and find a solution for you. And there was nothing that I was able to figure out of the code. And I sent you the one solution that I had, which was a company in town.
For storage. That's not a solution.
Was all I had to offer.
But you're saying there's nothing you can do, that the ordinance was put in place prior to you being put in office. Whose job is it to take a look at existing ordinances, determining whether they're correct or not? I mean, we don't live in an HOA. Even in HOAs, you can have them if you have them behind fences. This is what I'm not understanding. We worked hard for everything we own, including the boat and the RV. And we've had them in our property for over 30 years, and now all of a sudden it's an issue. Especially when everyone else in the city, and I've only gone through a tiny little area and came up with these 70 pictures and more on my phone. So it's an issue. And either everyone needs to apply to ordinances, or why do we have them in the first place? And their idea of, we only address them if we see them. Well, apparently they never get out of the office because they don't even see what's going on right across the street from their office.
Thank you.
So I just want to know whose job it is to deal with ordinances if it's not yours.
It is our job to deal with changing ordinances, yes. So, thanks. All right, anybody else? Zoom?
We have folks interested in speaking on Zoom, Mr. Mayor, but I don't think anybody for community comment time.
Okay. All right. Tonight's consent agenda includes minutes of the City Council, August 2nd, 2022 work session, August 2nd, 2022 regular session. Includes a resolution appointing Jeanette Owen to the Arts Committee, a resolution authorizing the purchase of a 5-yard dump truck with snow accessories, and a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a State of Oregon Seismic Rehabilitation Grant Program agreement. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from consent agenda?
No.
Nope. Then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Next item is new building energy and climate resolutions, of which there are 3. And I am the presenter. Back in 2018, we established a climate action plan that called for us to be net zero building energy by 2040. Then in 2020, we declared a climate emergency, moving those goals, all 3 of the goals, up by 3 years, which puts the building energy
5 years.
5 years, sorry. Which puts the building energy one at 2035. Clearly, that's a significant lift. We knew at the time that we put it on the climate action plan that was going to be a big lift. It was going to require help from federal government, state governments, and so on. Nonetheless, it is one of our climate goals. It is an important one. Methane is 86 times more powerful a greenhouse gas in the atmosphere than is CO2. Natural gas is methane. And according to something like 16 university studies, roughly 8 to 10% of all natural gas that's burned is leaked before it's burned at wellheads, in storage, in transport, at this end, right? Leaky gas stove, for example. So it is an important issue that we have to deal with. These 3 resolutions begin that process. Just very broadly speaking, and I'm happy to read the entire resolutions if I may do that. But broadly speaking, one resolution commits the city to dealing with its own city buildings and any buildings that it has significant investment in. One resolution deals with assisting homeowners as funds become available from state or federal sources to be able to begin to electrify their appliances. And then the third one calls for no new infrastructure, i.e. pipes from streets to buildings. So new construction would not be allowed. New construction with natural gas installed would not be allowed. There's an old saying that when you find yourself in a hole, you stop digging. And that's really the intent of the third goal, is to stop the bleeding and make it less expensive and less difficult to get to our goal in whatever it is now, 13 years. So there's clearly a number of people that are here to testify. I have 2 invited testimonies. One is the folks from Lysex, and I'm not sure which of you is planning to speak, or both of you. And then I have one, the other invited testimony is Dr. Melanie Plott. Each of the invited testimonies will be given 20 minutes, and then all the rest of them will be 3 minutes. And we will have our little timer device theoretically working, so we'll know. Scott, were you going to speak on this? Okay, come on up. State your name and city of residence for the record, and then you have 20 minutes.
My name is Scott Onley. My city of residence is Vancouver, Washington. However, I am the co-owner with Paul Isaac, my wife Cecilia, and Paul's mother Sue of Isaac's Fireplaces and Stoves, which resides at 9035 Southeast 32nd Avenue in Milwaukie for 100 years. I am in opposition of a gas ban, whether it be in Milwaukie or any other United States principality. The mayor asked me to address 3 different points of criteria. However, I do want to give a little bit of background on myself and Lysex first before I get into that. So Lysex, as Paul stated, we've been in service to the city of Milwaukie for over, well, right at 100 years now. We began as Locker Beef. They moved into a fully incorporated grocery store, one of the first grocery stores in the city of Portland vicinity. And then during that time as a grocery store, they were literally the city bank. People would come and cash their payroll checks at our stores. They would in turn buy groceries on credit, take the cash home, pay the other bills, take care of the city of Milwaukie. So we've been a heart of Milwaukie since 1922. The store began in 1947 as the big grocery store in the building it is now. Lysex as a company knew just about everyone in town. Rudy and Sue Lysex ran our store along with myself, Cecilia, and Paul Isaac, their son, since Paul, Rudy, and Sue since the late 70s. Myself and my wife, we joined in the early 90s. So for the past 44 years, since 78, Lysics has supplied the residents of Milwaukie and the greater Portland area with low-cost alternative heat sources such as wood, pellet, and mostly natural gas products over the past 15 years. As the city has grown older and the push for cleaner fuels and lower-cost heating solutions were requested, natural gas was the number one solution. The number one reason Lysics entered the energy heat market was the crisis of 1978, which I would say we're on the verge of a potential another 1978. And here we are wanting to ban the most efficient, clean, low-cost heat source your residents could have. Lysics gas van's position: for the years Lysics has witnessed and been involved in ways to help homeowners of Milwaukie to be able to heat their homes with cost-efficient alternative heat sources such as wood, pellet, and natural gas heating appliances for both whole home and zonal heating. Over the decades, Milwaukie residents have incurred many, many power outages due to windstorms, snowstorms, and ice storms. When electrical power goes out, and it does, what is going to heat their home? Today, Milwaukie is a mix of old and new residents. The elderly are especially vulnerable to power outage heating needs in cold climate stages. A study done 2 years ago by the University of Washington found that 4 times as many people die from cold temperatures than from heat temperatures. If a gas ban were to be in place, we'll surely raise all heating costs, whether it be electric or natural gas. A ban will never lower the costs. All models currently show that the infrastructure needed for going all electric are not in place at this time and will cause for more problems with brownouts, blackouts, high energy costs, all of which are not beneficial to your residents, that your council are here to watch out for their best concerns overall. Today, my largest concern overall with this topic is the process in which it is being handled, as well as the safety and well-being of Milwaukee's elderly and low-income residents who need choices for alternative heat choices that give them security where there are power outages. I mean, you're watching the news this week, what's happening in California. They've been told, do not charge your cars between certain times. The infrastructure in the Northwest is not there. Lysics agrees there's climate issues. The gas company agrees. The electric companies agree. But what we need to do is find a more common sense approach than a knee-jerk approach to just ban, ban, ban as soon as we possibly can. There's a lot of education to be had for all. There's lots of innovation on the brink of coming out. But to just start banning things will start, it's like you said, Mayor, you know, if you're digging a hole, stop digging. Well, sometimes you got to step back out of the hole and take a look at how big that hole could get or how small it could get or many other versions. There are many facets to natural gas and electric energy that I don't think any of us in this room could truly answer on a educational hierarchy. I mean, it's some pretty complicated stuff. The hard part for me is I've been in this business, in the heating business for 30 years. Paul's been in it 45. I've made a lot of people's acquaintances who are in the gas companies, who are in the power companies, and they're deep in it, whether it be a lineman to a management position. And the sad truth is, the truth's not coming out. Their hands are tied because they're public utilities. What they can or can't say can't be said, and you should hear it. The infrastructure is not there, and these bans will start a cataclysmic problem that will be very hard to stop. And if we all knew what I've heard, you'd be scared to death. California is on the brink of showing us, and it's going to happen. So I just throw a big warning flag out there. As much as we all want to be taking care of our earth, taking care of our neighbors, taking care of people, there's some things that need to be learned and addressed before we go down that road, just with a slash of a pen. If we took a poll right now, if we were able to get all of the Milwaukie residents in this room, I guarantee you, just like in the city of Eugene, you'd have about 75% of them that do not want a gas ban at this time. Down the road, maybe, but at this time, with what we know, what energy's there, what the costs are involved, what the costs could be, there's no way in their right mind you're going to get a majority vote to ban gas in a town that has relied on gas year in and year out to save their bacon. We as a company go out every year, we get phone calls. Paul does tons of service where we've gone out to elderly homes, lit their pilot light, did an adjustment because the power's out and that is their only heat source. Secondly, before I'm almost to the mayor's points. Just lost my train of thought. New technology. I've gone through building codes meetings like this for the building codes of Washington State for the last 2.5 years. I'm about to start up again in 2 weeks. Much of the data that Sierra Club, Greenpeace, all the activists bring to the table is old data. It's on old appliances. We're talking about banning gas to new homes. Those new homes have the most advanced, most efficient, cleanest burning, cleanest indoor air possible to be able to continue to use this gas product or energy product. Old water heaters, old furnaces, old gas fireplaces, old gas stoves were all natural vent appliances, which meant they had stuff going into the house. They had residual, and yes, it affected indoor air quality. Today's products are 30, 40, 50 times more efficient, up into the high 80s, even into the mid 90% efficient, to where there's 5% unburned. They're also vented by a terminology called direct vent. Direct vent means the combustion chamber is sealed. Nothing can get into the home from combustion. It's all converted into the pipe system that takes it outside. It's a siphon system. You bring combustion air in from outside, combust it, takes it back outside, nothing enters the home. With that kind of technology that's been around for 20 years, you're seeing better and better numbers in the homes and in the indoor air quality issues.
Can you explain that?
Okay.
You lost me a little bit, so I can picture that for a hot water heater or a furnace, but not for a stove or a fireplace.
Yeah, so fireplaces have many, what's the term I want to use? There's fireplaces used like Kleenex. Okay, is a stove a fireplace? Something that burns fire for ambiance or heat. You have freestanding stoves with legs that look like a wood stove. You have inserts that go into an existing masonry fireplace. Well, the old ones, I could literally take my hand underneath the unit and stick it right up into the fire. And they had spill switches. It was a natural, you take house air for combustion, it burns, it goes up the chimney, but on a cold day you could get spillage, which is a downflow down the pipe and then leak into the home. I haven't sold a natural vent unit in probably 15 to 20 years. Everything we sell, gas, natural gas or LP propane, is a direct vent appliance. The gas furnace or the gas direct vent fireplaces started this direct vent, which was done by a company called Heat and Glow, which is just about in 3/4 every home in the country. Big name. Then hot water tanks, hot water heaters, all started looking at this technology. How do we create a direct vent? Because it creates better indoor air quality. It was a good thing. Technology advances. You just have to give it enough time. But sometimes when we get in crises, like everybody's saying, it makes the innovation go quicker. I'm just saying put the brakes on this for a little bit. Let us really get the community involved, get more education involved. I was on that Zoom call of July 12th, going back to process, and on that Zoom call, I thought, Mayor, that we were going to have work groups created to talk about this stuff before we finally made a resolution and bring it to a vote. Paul's never been contacted, I've never been contacted, and we were told that we would be part of those working groups to come up with some solutions or a resolution of what's best for Milwaukie. So I'm very, very drastically concerned about the process in which this is being expedited rather quickly without due process. So with that, all that said, the topics that the mayor wanted me to address was safety of natural gas and indoor health quality. There are standards in place now for new gas ranges for both electric and gas ranges, as there are sources that emit particulates into the indoor air. So, and I didn't say that quite right, but whether you have an electric or gas cooking range, the food can burn, oil can burn, butter can burn, the foods can burn. That puts in bigger particulates than any natural gas particulate will emit into the home. The ranges are in place to take it to outside. So to address the indoor air quality, range hoods for gas, whether it be electric or gas, are in place. It's part of code that new buildings have to have those in place. It's part of code in commercial buildings that you have makeup air for any exhaust. There's airflow sequences beyond everybody's engineering. It'll blow your mind on what they have to figure out for airflow in new construction. It doesn't affect the outdoor, but as far as the outdoor, I'm just going to lay out the city of Eugene has just been going through this for the last 6 months. The city of Eugene's consulting company reported their ban of new gas hookups in new construction would only reduce carbon output by 0.1%, costing millions with many unforeseen consequences. So everything you do in a city the size of Eugene for new construction and banning, it's only going to affect the output by 0.1%. Is it worth taking gas away from people that need it to survive in a cold climate? Is it worth it that that type of energy can keep their costs down to help them pay their taxes, raise their kids, and have a decent life that we want? There's many, many other ways that things need to change. I mean, no matter what, you're not getting rid of natural gas as a whole. If you want electricity for the infrastructure for the Northwest, you're going to burn coal, you're going to throw water through the dams that everybody wants to tear down, and you're going to burn natural gas. If you take any one of those away, you're going to have blackouts and brownouts. It's as simple as that. There is no science that says I'm wrong. None. Those are factual, common sense items that can't be changed at this time. Down the road, maybe they figure out how to make nuclear energy to where we all can handle it, because truly in the whole world, nuclear energy is the cleanest, most effective, most efficient, and safest overall, and best for the climate. But it's got a big no-no on it right now. Well, cycles happen. Bet you in 50 to 100 years, we're back to nuclear. It's just one of those things. The second thing on the mayor's list was...
I just want to tell you, you
Yes.
have 4 minutes.
Okay, this will be just about right then. Consequence of continued use of natural gas on our climate. It is truly about both the electric companies and gas companies to be held accountable to decarbonize and partner with them where possible on things like energy efficiency and innovation. Electric companies have their hands full, so too do the companies of energies that are, so two companies are better than one. If you take gas out of it, you've only got the electric companies working on it. At the current time, it's best to have both the electric and the gas companies working together to come up with some innovative changes. Third, solutions in reducing greenhouse emissions here in Milwaukie. As a local jurisdiction, We should be partnering with state and federal agencies on greenhouse gases. Resiliency, economic prosperity, and jobs and affordability and reliability are critical. Creating new regulations, banning natural gas, and an entire reliable energy system that literally saves lives in every major storm we have makes no sense. Transportation and city planning, like roads, tree planting, parks, etc., are all within local jurisdiction. Regulating the energy sector does not seem to fall under the city council's experience of expertise. No offense taken, but we're talking about a pretty big thing for the world. In closing, I feel the process of this ban has been rushed. And as far as the residents of Milwaukie are concerned, and it is the citizens, or if the citizens were fully aware of the council's intention to ban their reliable, cheap energy, they would have a fight on their hands. That's all. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate yours. Just so that it's clear, nothing about this resolution is talking about taking anybody's natural gas away from existing buildings.
Can I comment to that?
You still have, well, you had about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I understand the wording of that, but if we take gas away and the costs escalate, or the natural gas company decides it's no longer beneficial to service anything, it could very well take the gas away down the road. That's the slippery slope, and we have to be careful of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next invited testimony was Dr. Melanie Plott. Is she on Zoom?
She is. So Melanie, I see you on Zoom. I'm going to ask you to join the panel. So please accept the invitation I just sent you. Like she has. Here she comes.
Scott, do you have an on-screen timer of some sort?
I don't. That's our only timer.
Be
Okay.
verbal.
And now,
Dr. Plott, I'll just have to give you some verbal notifications. I'll try and give you a 5-minute warning.
Okay, that sounds good. I want to say thank you to Mayor Gamba and to the council. I am a retired OBGYN.
Hold on,
Hang Melanie.
you're not audible.
Your volume is really low.
Oh. Uh-oh. Is there something you can do at your end?
That was much louder.
Josh isn't. We have an old PA system, and we're working with Zoom technology, so we're trying to avoid the whole feedback thing. Josh, can you raise it just a squidge more? And Dr. Plott, if you wouldn't mind saying hello so we can hear your voice.
Yeah, hello, my name is Melanie Plott. I'm a retired OBGYN. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through good. Thank you.
Great. I do have a slide presentation, but the share screen says that it's disabled. Are you?
I'll make you a co-host. Hold on.
Dr. Plott, just so you know, when you, and I know this is very difficult to do, but when you are speaking and you move your head, your voice fades in and out. So the more stable you can keep your head, the easier it will be for us to hear you. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I will try to do that.
You should be able to share screen now. And for the record, if you're sharing a PowerPoint, if you could email that to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov for the record, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
I will do that.
Scott, can you turn her up a little more?
Josh, can you turn it up just a tweak more in the room? Go ahead, Dr. Plott.
Okay. All right. Let me get this. Okay, so let me start over. I'm a retired OBGYN. I do volunteer work with various organizations at the intersection of health and climate. I live in Portland, but I've delivered many babies in my career, and I'm absolutely sure that some of them live in Milwaukie. I'm going to start by briefly touching on 4 ways that methane gas impacts health, and then I'm going to focus more on gas stoves. The first, that as has been mentioned, methane is a greenhouse gas which is thought to cause about 1/3 of our global warming. The fact is, we are seeing global warming affect us already. We don't have time to delay. There is no reason to put the brakes on anything which will help us. I don't think I have to go into details about the health risks that are already impacting Oregonians in terms of heat domes and smoke events. We also have partners at the state level in this transition because Oregon is set to have some of the cleanest electricity in the country on a timeline that will allow us to increase the electrical capability over time without leading to brownouts or blackouts. And there is now federal money available for individuals who would like to electrify their own homes. Technically, although we don't have fracking here in Oregon, people who live close to fracking sites have an increased risk of poor health outcomes like premature birth and childhood leukemia. And fracking, of course, is where we get almost all of the gas for our homes. Third, there are occasionally explosions. This one was in 23rd Avenue in Portland, but a gas-related event causing death, injury, or fire occurs every 4 days in the US. Fourth, let me spend a minute on outdoor air pollution from furnaces and other gas appliances which are vented to the outside. This graphic is making the point, it comes from the California Air Board, that homes and buildings contribute more to outdoor pollution than even the power plants which burn gas to make electricity. And of course, this outdoor air pollution burden falls more heavily on those who may already live near a highway or industry and have health issues to start with. This is another study from California. It basically says that if we magically electrified all of our homes, which, you know, as we understand, that's not going to happen overnight. But if California were able to do that, there would be 354 fewer deaths related to air pollution per year, and it would save $3.5 million in health costs a year. So now let's go to gas stoves. Gas stoves cause only 3% of the combustion pollution created by gas appliances in our home. So why am I going to talk about them so much? Well, first of all, they're the only ones that are permitted to vent indoors. So we are more exposed to these concentrated emissions. And secondly, they're really the only gas appliance that people have an emotional attachment to. Many of us have loved our gas stoves, but the sad thing is they're quite awful for our health. Evidence has been building for years, but until recently, the word hasn't gotten out to everyone that these stoves are a major source of indoor air pollution. And we should take action now, just like we did with cigarettes, lead paint, and asbestos, which we also used to think were safe. Now, as has been mentioned, all cooking creates particulate matter. There are different sizes of particles, but here I'm going to talk mostly about PM 2.5, which is where we have the most evidence and the most data. These are pretty small particles. So anytime you cook, you create PM 2.5. But when you cook with gas, you also, not only do you have more particulate matter from the combustion, but you also have known pollutants like carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide. We're going to talk about these three things a little bit more in a minute, but I want to mention a couple of others, formaldehyde, also a combustion product, and benzene, which is a contaminant of unburned gas. These are both known carcinogens in other settings, but aren't well studied in the home. So this is what's in car exhaust. You might notice that it's pretty similar to what comes out of a gas stove when you turn it on and cook something. The fact is that everything we burn, we breathe. PM 2.5 particles are so small that they are able to travel deep into our lungs and even into our bloodstream. As I said, gas stoves emit more of these PM 2.5s than electric stoves, and acute exposure to particulate matter raises your blood pressure, increases your risk of stroke, And chronically, it's been associated with premature mortality, asthma, premature births, low birth weight babies, and many other health issues. Okay, let's move to carbon monoxide. I hope you all have detectors for carbon monoxide in your home. There is no safe level of carbon monoxide because carbon monoxide displaces oxygen in your bloodstream and in all the critical tissues in your body. In 2015, 393 people died in the US from carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, not all of those were from gas appliances, but a number of them were. The heart and brain are affected first. And a gas stove probably doesn't have enough carbon monoxide to kill you, but an old or poorly maintained furnace, which many people still have, can, especially if you don't have a working carbon monoxide detector. And then recent research suggests that even low levels of carbon monoxide may have adverse chronic health effects. Now to nitrogen dioxide. We know a lot about the ill effects of NO2. Outdoors, the maximum allowable concentration is 100 parts per billion over an hour. There is no indoor standard, despite the fact that we spend 90% of our time indoors. It turns out, and this is a recent study, that levels of NO2, even with a new stove, they did this study with all ages of stoves, so it's not just the old ones, but the levels of NO2 rise to a level which would be illegal indoors in the time it takes to scramble an egg. The most well-documented effect of gas stoves and NO2 is on childhood asthma. It's thought to be primarily due to NO2, but there could be a combination of the other pollutants which affects the lungs of children. And asthma is the #1 chronic disease in children. A review of the literature called a meta-analysis, where they looked methodically at the studies, chose 41 good studies that met the criteria. And these studies, when you looked at them all together, found a 42% increased risk in current asthma symptoms in households that had a gas stove, and an increased lifetime risk for a diagnosis of asthma of 24%. So why are kids at more risk? Well, they breathe faster and run around more is the basic answer. Now you might say, well, I'll just keep the kids out of the kitchen. But in fact, if you look at this graph, the red line is the levels of NO2 during cooking events in the kitchen, and the blue line is the level of NO2 in bedrooms in the apartment. So these NO2 is able to get into all of the rooms in a house or an apartment. There's also many other studies that support the connection between pediatric asthma and NO2, and I want to comment on a couple of them. The first one is from New England, where they looked at homes that had gas stoves and kids with asthma ages 5 to 10. And the higher the NO2 levels, the worse the symptoms were. And there was a dose response. So even as low as 6 parts per billion, the kids had more symptoms. And as you went up, the symptoms got worse and worse.
You got quieter.
Okay, I'll come closer. In California, there's a longitudinal study which was done over 20 years. And in this study, they had improved air pollution by putting more pollution controls on cars, but this was uneven throughout the state. So some areas saw their NO2 levels drop faster. And childhood asthma rates only dropped when the levels dropped, and they dropped in tandem with the lower levels. So we know a lot about the association between NO2 and childhood asthma, but there are other health effects of NO2. It affects all-cause mortality. In other words, you're more likely to die if you live either indoors or outdoors in a place with increased NO2. It's associated with lung and breast cancer, adverse pregnancy outcomes, worsening of chronic lung deficits, chronic lung conditions, and it's bad for our brains. Air pollution has been associated, and this gets to the issue of, what are we doing to the elderly? It's been associated with an increased risk of Alzheimer's, with teenage depression, and even with bad calls by umpires. That's from the University of Chicago. Lower income households are at a higher risk of exposure to gas stove pollution, since they're more likely to live in multi-generational families, in smaller homes or apartments without adequate ventilation, maybe some of that older equipment that was referred to. And they're more likely to live in places that have already outdoor air pollution, like adjacent to highways or industrial facilities. Many of these populations already have an underlying risk of health conditions like asthma. Now, the gas industry will emphasize the importance of ventilation. So let's look at this recommendation to use a range fan or exhaust hood that vents to the outside. Well, the fact is, relatively few people use it all the time. I didn't. I used to only turn on my fan when fish was cooking or something. Why? Because hood fans are noisy. They're kind of annoying. And many people don't even have fans that vent to the outside. They have those, microwave fans above the stove, and all those do really is just recirculate the air within the kitchen. There was an interesting study from Baltimore, a randomized trial to try to decrease NO2 levels in a home. And they did one of three things in these homes. They either gave them a really good hood that vented to the outside, or a carbon filter, or an electric stove. And the only thing that really helped was the electric stove. The hood had no significant effect, most likely because it put the burden on the user to use it. This is another interesting study from the National Center for Healthy Housing. This is recent. And what they did here is in multifamily apartments, they put in these really high-tech continuous ventilation systems, and they decreased a lot of the other pollutants like carbon monoxide, dioxide, and particulate matter, but they didn't change the nitrogen dioxide levels. And I think this is quite interesting. There's a couple of possible explanations. One is that NO2 is heavier than air, and so it may not be picked up as well by ventilation systems, each good one. And another is that there may be contamination from the air in adjoining apartments. The fact is that indoor air quality is not well regulated, and as expected, gas companies have fought ferociously to prevent any regulation related to gas stoves. These two studies that were just published in the past year, one from Stanford and one from Harvard, are really important. The first is that gas stoves leak methane even when they're turned off. And to get to the issue that the prior speaker raised, this was true in all types of gas stoves, new ones, old ones. They looked at all different models, and this methane leakage occurred in all of them. There was enough leakage to be the greenhouse gas equivalent of 500,000 cars. This amount might not harm your health or cause an explosion, but we know from the second study, which came out of Harvard, that the natural gas that is piped into our homes is contaminated with other substances, many of which are known carcinogens, such as benzene. So even if you're not using your stove, it's leaking substances that are dangerous to your health. And again, this is true even of new equipment. Now, it's not just me. A bunch of associations now recommend that the doctors who belong to them educate their patients about the risks of gas stove, like the American Medical Association and the American Lung Association.
You're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Great, thank you. So in summary, burning methane indoors is not a good idea. It affects those who are already health and pollution burdened. Electric stoves, either regular electric or induction stoves, emit less pollution and are the most effective way to solve the problem. And just as an aside, induction stoves, if you care, are faster than gas and the safest for children and the elderly because only the pot gets hot, not the whole stove. So we all want clean and safe homes, and I hate to leave you depressed if you're using a gas stove at home. So if you are still cooking with methane, first of all, always use your fan hood on high. Put your pots on the back burners where the fan hood can take away the substances more easily. When you can, cook with electric appliances that you might already own, microwave, electric kettle, Instant Pot. consider purchasing a hot plate. There's basically what's called a single hob induction burner. They're not that expensive. And when you're able, replace your gas stove with an electric or an induction stove. I have to also give a shout out to heat pumps. Heat pumps are much more efficient than gas furnaces. The best gas furnace is maybe 95% efficient. Believe it or not, heat pumps are up to 300% efficient because they don't actually heat the air. They grab the heat from one place and move it to another. They're much more efficient than gas furnaces. And as has been noted, in addition to providing heating in the winter, they provide cooling in the summer, which we need now. And they have, less risk of air pollution. They don't cause the air pollution in the outdoor air, and basically no risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. So getting off fossil fuels is not a sacrifice. We can have healthier homes and better air. So also as an aside, it's not my area of expertise, but from what I've read, building all electric homes actually reduces construction costs and lowers energy bills overall. So in all the ways we look at it, electrification is a win-win. That's it. I want to thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Any questions, anybody? Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to go into the 3-minute testimonies. Make sure that you've filled out one of these and gotten it to Scott if you hope to testify. And I'll start with Zachary Turner.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gamba and Milwaukee city officials for letting me speak. My name is Zach Turner, and I work for a company called Climate Control. So we are a residential and light commercial HVAC company. So we've served this area for over 30 years now. And I am an estimator for that company. So boots on the ground in people's homes. I'm the one out there coming up with solutions, whether, traditional gas furnaces and AC, and now electric heat pumps and that whole range of the family of solutions. I'm here to say there are electric solutions for most homes, and there are real comfort advantages to those systems. Oftentimes these, they're the same, or even in a lot of affordable homes, I'm doing ducted mini split systems where there's a cost advantage. They cost less to do the better systems that are, much cheaper to operate, and they're, it's nice to follow in Dr. Platt's presentation because they're offering all those advantages. Right now, we heard about, how this long history of natural gas, and, our houses are where our cars were in the 70s a lot of the time. So we just need it for pollution and for safety. We need to move forward, and it's just the time frame that you're mentioning on the climate goals. People are buying this equipment on 15 and 20-year cycles. So to get to where we need to go, people need to be making the changes now. And the solutions are all sizes of heat pumps, all sorts of, I have for really small homes, much more flexibility than I have with traditional equipment. For, regular size, for bigger homes, I have new generations of equipment that could maybe heat and cool different parts of the home at the same time, or it's really phenomenal, the options that we have. So this is a great climate for heat pumps. It's pretty mild. They work really well. We get those, the equivalent of 300% efficiencies here. So just want to thank you for your climate resolutions and support of electrification.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
You mentioned mini splits. So when people talk about heat pumps, I mean, the mini splits don't look like a traditional heat pump,
Yes.
but they are considered a heat pump?
Yes, absolutely. So heat pumps are this category of equipment that, just like the name implies, move heat from one place to another. You know, really they're not something new. Our refrigerators are heat pumps, and an air conditioner is a heat pump that only can work halfway. It pulls heat from inside to out, but what we want to do is have it be fully functional, where you just run it in reverse, and we call it a heat pump, and you harvest the heat from outside and get those really nice efficiencies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is Ben online? Stevenson, sorry.
Ben Stevenson? I don't see a Ben Stevenson online. We do have 12 people with their hands raised, but no Ben Stevenson.
Okay.
Oh, wait, now I do, Mr. Mayor. You want Ben Stevenson to talk next? Okay. All right, to make this go quicker, I'm not going to promote the people on Zoom to the panel. I'm just going to allow you to talk, so you won't see their screen, but you'll be able to hear them. Ben, can you hear us, and can you say hello?
Hello. Thank you.
Okay, Ben, tell us wow, we just heard your name. Tell us your city of residence for the record, please.
Okay, Mayor Gibbons, City Councilors, thank you for providing this time. My name is Ben Stevenson, and I reside in Portland. I'm 17 years old, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sunrise Movement PDX. I strongly urge you to pass these building energy and climate resolutions now. It is time to be bold. It is time to step up and protect the health of your constituents and the future of my generation. I'm sure you know the basics. We must forgo gas in buildings, present and future, to address climate catastrophe. And I cannot emphasize this enough, we must do it now. The Pacific Northwest's choking smoke, unprecedented heat, and spring ice storms result from gas in buildings, methane. Fracked methane gas is not cheap, natural, or clean. As Dr. Plott noted, the climate and health impacts are tremendously dirty and very costly. It is imperative that we do not wait for any reason for initiating this transition, as evidenced by previous policies such as the Climate Action Plan and Emergency Declaration. My generation has also been shouting this message for years, with massive walkouts and policy activism. To stall on this policy would mean three things. One, waiting creates a mess for the city when you will electrify down the road. Two, waiting releases methane, fanning the flames of the climate disasters Milwaukie is and has already experienced. And three, waiting exposes even more children to asthma. My brother and my mom both have asthma, and at times the disease can be truly devastating. Furthermore, it will take years to carry out this policy, so we must get the wheels turning now. You all, with these three resolutions, have the chance to be leaders. You have the chance to join the 80 other cities nationwide decarbonizing buildings. This is key. I have seen firsthand through my climate advocacy the tremendous impact one city's action, your action, has on other cities. I can guarantee that regardless of size, your climate leadership will resonate across the country because other cities will look to Milwaukie and say, this is possible, this is achievable, this is financially sensible, and this is what we have to do.
20 seconds.
By voting to pass these three resolutions now, you have the chance to leave a legacy that you helped make Milwaukie more just and more sustainable. I hope you take this chance and become the leaders in climate justice action Oregon and my generation so desperately need. Thank you.
Nice timing.
Well timed. All right, any questions? Nope. All right, let's see, that was Ben. Is Alma Pinto online?
She is, Mr. Mayor. Alma, can you hear us?
Yeah. Is there like a lot of feedback?
Hang on, Alma. We got a feedback issue going on.
Josh is actively fixing it. I think we might be okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, great. Yeah, well, hi, Mayor, Gamba, City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and provide testimony. My name is Alma Pinto, and I am a resident of Milwaukie in the Island Station neighborhood. I also work as a climate justice associate with Community Energy Project, a nonprofit that provides weatherization repairs and energy efficiency upgrades for low-income households, as well as educational workshops in the Portland metro region. After speaking with over 500 low-income renters this summer, we've heard directly from families struggling to stay cool in extreme heat. These folks, many of whom are BIPOC, are asking for comfortable homes, lower bills, and access to clean energy programs and incentives. I myself am a renter, and I'm fortunate that my landlord installed a mini split heat pump in my home. Since having the heat pump, I have saved significantly on my electricity bills and have stayed warm during the winter and cool during the heat waves that have hit the region this summer. I am thrilled to see that Council is discussing how to help support low-income households and renters decarbonize their homes so that they can experience similar savings, improved quality of life, and safety in their home during times of extreme temperatures due to climate change. According to data from the U.S. Census Bureau's American Housing Survey, there are an estimated 35 million low-income U.S. households that could save a combined $15 billion per year on their energy bills if they were using new, efficient electric space and water heaters.
55 seconds.
Okay, thanks. Would help provide long-term energy affordability for families and reduce their need for energy assistance. Apart from the significant economic benefits, the health implications, such as improved indoor air quality and improved quality of mental health, are substantial. And it is crucial that we focus on supporting low-income, renter, and BIPOC communities as they are the most impacted by the effects of climate change. We must ensure that they are not left behind by advances in electrification and left to depend on an unsustainable gas system. It is inevitable that the fixed connection cost of natural gas service will continue to rise as utilities are forced to increase costs to prevent financial losses due to their eroding customer base. Low-income homeowners and renters unable to afford to leave the natural gas system will be left to bear the burden of this higher cost if we don't transition to electrify now.
I'm sorry, but that was time.
All right. Yeah. So I urge Council to vote in favor of these resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Scott, is Bob Jenks online?
He is. Bob, can you hear us?
You look like you're muted, Bob.
Yes, hello. Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, this is Bob Jenks. I submitted my comments earlier today for you. I had some other stuff I had to deal with and just had logged on, so wasn't prepared tonight. But I'm the executive director of Oregon CUB, the Citizens Utility Board, and we've done some analysis on the economics of gas expansion. And because of the state's climate protection plan, because of the way we subsidize the expansion of the gas system, it's our belief that continuing to expand the gas system will cost existing gas customers money. So if you're an existing gas customer, like I am, Northwest Natural system. Continue to expand the system, brings more customers, and under the climate protection plan, we have to reduce their emissions, all their emissions that they're bringing in the system, and that raises the cost of emission control. It changes Northwest Natural's emissions requirements from 50% emissions reductions from the baseline to 69%, and that's going to cost all their customers money. The other thing that's important is that new pipe that connects that house to the line under the street has a 58-year useful life. So there's an assumption that there's going to be customers on that gas system past 2080, and customers are going to be expected to pay back that system for those gas costs over that 58-year period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Eric Fried.
Hello, Mayor Gamba, City Council, esteemed friends. My name is Eric Corey Fried. I am an architect. I am also Director of Sustainability for one of the top 10 largest architecture firms in the world, which sounds weird to say, I know. We build about 20 to 30 million square feet a year. And I happen to live here in Milwaukie, just a total quinky-dink. But needless to say, I'm what you'd call an expert on climate change and electrification. In listening to the other presenters, it reminded me of a quote from Upton Sinclair in The Jungle, which you might know, you're nodding your head. In it, he said, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on not understanding it." The arguments that you hear against this bill are the ones that I've heard for the last 30 years of my career. Let's just wait. Let's put it to another committee. Let's put the brakes on. This is part of an action called predatory delay. And the trouble is that we've had this mindset for the last 75 years, and it's led to where we are now. We've known about climate change since the 1800s. Every president since JFK has been warned about the threat of climate change. And the response has always been, let's just wait, let's push it on, let's not stop. That's predatory delay. And you've heard these arguments yourselves tonight. And I get where these arguments come from. I relate to them. But as an architect who goes around building new buildings all over North America, I can tell you that our official stance is that it is negligence. That's a very big word for an architect to use, but it is negligence for us to put fossil fuel infrastructure into new buildings today. You are dooming that building to be stuck in the 19th century. Every building that you install fossil fuel infrastructure, every new building, is another building that we're going to have to retrofit 10 years from now when we come to our senses. That is the trouble. There are 3 legs to a carbon neutrality stool, and this is industry standard. The first one is energy efficiency. The second one is grid improvement, which the utilities are doing. And the third one is electrification. We cannot keep putting fossil fuel infrastructure into buildings. It's a matter of when, not if. States like California and Washington are already doing this. Oregon is already considering it. City of New York, City of Boston are already underway with their electrification plans. We see this as inevitable, and this has been the recommendation we've been making to all of our clients nationwide, including healthcare, institutional, large investor portfolios.
20 seconds.
Thank you for your continued leadership with this. Thank you for putting Milwaukie on the map in Oregon in doing this. It's been a pleasure working with you on this. I'm thrilled to see this, and that's why I'm here. So thank you all tonight, and that's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, George. All right, is Vince Alvarez online?
I do not see Vince Alvarez on there. Vince, if you're on here, the chat is open, Vince. I don't see anybody by the name of Vince.
Okay. Sophie Jokela? Is she online?
That's my wife. I don't think she...
So you're testifying instead?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't see that. I'm looking at Zoom right now, and I do not see a Sophie.
Did you turn in one of these?
Yeah, I think I wrote my name.
Which is?
Elijah, see this?
Come on up. Who's the next one on my list?
Hello, Mayor Gamba, councilors. I want to thank you for considering this ordinance, this resolution. My name is Elijah Cetus. I'm a resident here in the Ardenwald neighborhood, and I'm a law student up at Lewis and Clark Law. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and my wife Sophie, who couldn't be here. And I want to specifically talk about what it's like to live as a lower income renter with a gas stove and heater. We've been getting a lot of basically advertisement from Northwest Natural about how clean and reliable and safe they are, but that has not been our experience. And I'm not going to try to bring up what Dr. Plott brought up about the science of this, but just from our experience, it's been the opposite. We've had inadequate ventilation over our stove for the last 3 years. It's difficult to get your landlord to change that. And our stove has leaked at different times. When we lost power in the ice storm, we had no gas, and our stove furnace wasn't the kind you could light the pilot light. During the heat wave, we had no AC, and we had no filtration during the wildfires, and actually had to flee and go to a family's house where they had a heat pump because it could filter the air for us. And I was getting dizzy trying to work. We've been out in the street in the middle of the night with our neighbors twice because of a gas leak. We stood there for hours, and they did get it fixed, but it was an uncomfortable feeling smelling that for that long. So I just want to especially thank you for the consideration of low-income people first and renters first. If there is not this ordinance, it's going to be low-income people and renters who are stuck on the old infrastructure. And with the escalating climate crisis, that's a really bad state of affairs. I'm thinking of Sacramento right now facing 116-degree weather. I'm thinking of Pakistan, a third of the country underwater. And I'm especially thinking of Jackson, Mississippi, where the predominantly low-income city and prominently African-American city is facing an entire lack of water because of aging infrastructure. And the mayor said, it's like if we had a car that we never changed the oil on or we never checked the tires on. When the crisis does happen, it's a lot worse. And I think we need to think of our gas infrastructure that way, because if we don't start changing that infrastructure, it's gonna be poor people who are stuck with leaky pipes and who are getting all the asthma from old stoves, improper ventilation, or an explosion or a leak.
10 seconds.
So I want to thank you for moving forward to get this vehicle fixed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Is Johnny Coker online?
Yes, he is. Johnny, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Gamba and
You're actually very, very quiet.
How about this?
Much better.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Gamba and city councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Johnny Kocher. I live in Oakland, California, and I work for Rocky Mountain Institute, an independent nonprofit working to shift towards a low carbon future. Contrary to what opponents have stated, all-electric construction is more cost-effective. Recent RMI analysis has found that new all-electric homes built with an energy-started rated heat pump cost $34,446 less than a mixed fuel home in the city of Milwaukie. These savings are because heat pumps can both heat and cool. This avoids the need for separate pieces of equipment, such as an air conditioner and a furnace. That analysis also found that an all-electric home built in the city of Milwaukie will save around $100 a year in utility bills compared to a mixed fuel home. This analysis assumed that mixed fuel homes would install gas furnaces with 95% efficiency, which is basically nearing the maximum efficiency that a gas furnace could possibly reach. In addition to being cheaper to construct and operate, all-electric buildings also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. RMIU's National Renewable Energy Laboratory's Cambium tool to project out the greenhouse gas intensity of Oregon's electrical grid until 2037. According to our analysis, an all-electric home will save 27% less, or will have 27% less greenhouse gas emissions than a mixed-fuel home over its first 15 years of operation. And this analysis used very conservative assumptions on greenhouse gas intensity of the grid, and given that Oregon will require 100% carbon-free electricity for retailers by 2040, we expect that the actual greenhouse gas reductions would be much higher. Finally, I want to make one point I heard during the testimony from opposition about brownouts. Mixed-fuel buildings require electricity to run and the fans and blowers to basically move the air throughout the building. So during brownouts, mixed-fuel homes and buildings won't have any major advantages on conditioning because they also require electricity to heat. Due to the benefits of building electrification, over 80 cities in the country have passed policies to require all-electric new construction. So we recommend that the City Council of Milwaukie follow this by working towards committing to all-electric public buildings in Milwaukee's community, create policy pathways to all-electric new buildings community-wide by 2024, and accelerating an affordable transition to all-electric buildings with a focus on low-income renter and BIPOC communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? This is Rocky Mountain Institute is one of the foremost research firms in the world, frankly, on this stuff. So if you have questions, this is an excellent opportunity to ask. Nope.
We got we got a written report from him. So yeah. That's in the public record.
All right. Thank you. Next, Matt Bokar.
What was the last name?
Bokar.
Yes, here you go. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for this opportunity. My name is Matt Bokar. I'm a Senior Associate with Salazar Architects in Portland, and I'm a resident of Portland. Our team's mission-driven approach integrates community and sustainable design methods in our architecture, interior design, and urban planning work. We collaborate with community partners to create space for climate justice and the advancement of racial, gender, and economic equity. I'm excited for the City of Milwaukie to enact progressive decarbonization legislation that supports low-income households by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and protects vulnerable communities from further climate catastrophes. Some examples from our work. Our team has been collaborating with rural Oregon communities that are disproportionately impacted by wildfires and extreme heat events to develop urban planning strategies that ensure environmental justice through resilient site design and thoughtful building system design. Our permanent supportive housing developments in the California Central Valley are entirely electric, maximizing energy efficiency and independence through the use of rooftop PV, while also leveraging a variety of local incentives. We've also been lucky to collaborate with Home Forward and several recent affordable senior housing high-rise renovations that incorporate site, envelope, building system, and interior finish upgrades to extend the healthy lifespan of 50-year-old buildings for the next 50 years. And finally, on our Las Adelitas mixed-use affordable housing development with Hacienda CDC, we're employing an alternative transit program and EV charging stations to provide families with cost-effective and flexible transportation options. I'm grateful for this opportunity to express my support for City Council to enact policies promoting clean, safe, and environmentally beneficial development to ensure healthy, equitable communities. We must build without gas and thoughtfully renovate existing buildings to set an example that other communities can follow. It's an important step towards creating a just, built environment that is restorative and liberatory for marginalized communities. Continuing to push towards a zero-carbon future will improve public safety while also generating financial savings for both developers and residents. I appreciate your time, and I encourage City Council to promote resilient, efficient, and all-electric buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. All right, Greer.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Gamba and City Council. Thank you for providing this opportunity for testimony. My name's Greer Ryan, and I'm the Clean Buildings Policy Manager for Climate Solutions, which is a regional nonprofit that advances solutions to the climate crisis. It's clear from this testimony that you've heard today and also from the resolutions themselves on the table that you have seen the stats on the climate, health, and cost risks of methane gas use in buildings. And so you're probably not wondering at this point whether you should act on climate in buildings, but rather how to approach it thoughtfully, with urgency, and the most benefit for the people of Milwaukee. What I want to highlight for you today is that you're also facing an incredible opportunity, an incredible moment in time. In the past year, particularly with the recently passed federal bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, we're playing a whole new ballgame. Billions of federal dollars are coming to cities and states to spur clean energy and climate-friendly infrastructure. Passing these resolutions today could really determine both how quickly and how widespread Milwaukee residents can access these funds. Many of the federal funds will also be large grants that are available to local governments, for which Milwaukee will be more competitive to apply for them if it has these systems set up to receive them and public processes in place that are moving to help residents take advantage of them. So as an example of how Milwaukee can prepare for this influx of funding, the IRA provides for households making 80% or less of the area median income potential free installation of high-efficiency heat pumps for both heating and cooling. That's as much as $8,000 per household. Those making higher incomes can still qualify for tax credits in the thousands of dollars, as can the developers and affordable housing operators. By passing these resolutions, you can get the wheels turning for Milwaukee residents and businesses to understand and navigate these opportunities so that everyone in the city can afford clean and healthy appliances. Even without these federal incentives, as you heard from RMI, we know from numerous studies that the most cost-effective way to address climate in our building sector is to accelerate efficient all-electric buildings, especially from the start. By leading by example and building all-electric city-owned buildings and city-financed buildings, as well as putting the city on a path to electrifying new and existing buildings, Milwaukee has the opportunity to be a true climate leader in the state, paving the way for climate and economic resilience. 30 seconds. Thank you for your consideration of this issue. I urge you to pass these 3 resolutions today without delay and look forward to working with you on the implementation of them moving forward. Communities across Oregon are cheering you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I did actually have a question for Greer, if you don't mind. It's super quick. So when you're talking about the federal legislation that was passed, do you have I'm terrible with this thing. Do you have a sense for when those programs will actually have money coming to cities and states?
So some of them are being worked out through federal agencies still, the details of when and how to apply, but it seems like some of these funds are already available, building efficiency funds in particular. And it's likely that many of them you can apply for next year, from my understanding. Thank you. I also, just for one more thing, there will be more information coming, I hope soon, from state legislators as well as federal legislators on this issue as to how to access. Thank you.
I could use a break at some point in the not too distant future.
Okay. All right, we'll take a 5 minutes? Sure. I don't know. I'll mess with that.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break and be back in 5 minutes. So recess for 5 minutes.
The button too many times, it got angry at me.
Okay.
We're on air, but Josh, can you please unmute the AV room on Zoom? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
That's all right. Is there a Josie Moberg online?
I do see a Josie.
Okay.
Josie, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Josh, okay. Josie, can you hear us?
Yeah, am I coming in okay?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just get started then. Mayor Gamba and City Councilors, thank you so much for providing this opportunity for testimony. My name is Josie Milberg. I use she and they pronouns, and I'm a resident of the Brooklyn neighborhood in Southeast Portland, which is a bit north of the Milwaukee border. And I was also born and raised just outside of Portland as well, so these issues really hit home for me and my family. I'm also currently a legal fellow with the local 501c3 org Breach Collective, and Breach has employees in both Eugene and Portland. We work with communities and government actors across the state to develop a policy for clean and healthy Oregon homes. I'm testifying today in support of the building energy and climate resolutions as they would decarbonize our local environment, allowing us to do our part in combating the global climate crisis. I'll make sure to keep my comment quick since there's clearly been an overwhelming show of support for these resolutions this evening. But mostly I just wanted to note that previous commenters suggested that we kind of pump the brakes on progress in this direction. But I just wanted to note that that's the last thing we can afford to do. We can't continue to stall these kinds of climate actions until everyone around us has already done their part to develop alternative structures we need to contribute to. And these resolutions represent our community's courageous stance to be team players in the face of impending climate catastrophe.
A little louder, please.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
No.
Okay, is this better?
I think just project a little more.
Oh, okay, great.
There you go.
Well, yeah, so assuming we move forward with our teachers' best interests in mind, Breach staffers are here and we're available to lend resources and support to city staff as you develop ideas for the resolution's implementation. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
When you said the organization you were affiliated with or that you work for, you were kind of glitching in and out. Can you specify that again, please?
Yeah, the Breach Collective, so BREACH.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay. John Wygant.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Am I loud enough? My name is John Wygant. I'm a climate activist and a futurist. You can't be a futurist without being a climate activist. I'm a Gresham resident, but I have long ties to Milwaukee. My grandfather searched the nation for 50 years to try and find a better place to live. Then he came to Milwaukee and found it in 1926, built a house on Olson Street, not far from Lysak's Grocery, where I've shopped. My parents moved into that house in 1956, and 22 years later, I moved into that house and had my children. So I've got 4 generations of Milwaukee residents here supporting you. I'm going to depart from most of my testimony because I think this is a slam dunk. These 3 resolutions are well crafted. Their whereases are all excellent, and their therefores are concise and good. So good job. In fact, you have done such a good job on this throughout your whole operation that I'm going to take your process and your resolutions to the city of Gresham and say, we need to do the same thing. You're an excellent example for us. I'd like to make a couple of comments too about the future. The future is electric. The sun gives us immense energy, and we've only tapped a wee part of it. If we look at the future, we're going to see more and more electric energy as we build the infrastructure to get it, and less fossil energy as the stuff runs out and goes deeper and deeper and more polluting. So there is no future in fossil, except in climate change, which will be a very distressing future.
1 minute.
I think that's about all I need to say. Good job.
Thank you. All right, Rob Reynolds.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Gamba. Obviously, you didn't get my emails because for some reason they bounced back to me. I apologize. But I was requesting a 120-day notice to put this, to give us time to research this and to do a little research, because obviously you haven't taken into perspective the businesses this will affect or the houses. I would like you guys to focus on what's important, which is public safety, the homeless in our community, and the lack of police that are in our community. Why don't we focus on that instead of focusing on something that really isn't going to affect us because we don't have the infrastructure for the electric that you guys were pushing. You want to push these resolutions, but we don't have the infrastructure for them. I mean, it's like, come on, just for a second, let's get the infrastructure electric first, and then let's push getting rid of gas. But let's not push. It's like you say, well, you got to quit digging the hole, right? Well, you're putting the cart before the horse on this one. Come on, let's just use some common sense here. Let's get the infrastructure in place for electricity before we get rid of our natural gas. And our dear friend here that was just up, hey, I've lived in Milwaukie most of my life. I went to Rowell Junior High. My grandmother-in-law lived in our house since 1968. And if she was here, she would be throwing a fit for what you guys are doing. She would be down at City Hall every day going, you guys are ridiculous. Leave my natural gas alone. So if you put this out to the people like you should, let us all vote on your resolution and we'll see what happens. Instead of 4 of you trying to decide what everybody's going to do in Milwaukie on this. If we're worried about it, we'll take it up, be considered. But we're not worried about it. We're worried more about the homeless and the lack of police protection in Milwaukie and the enforcement of our laws that are here. Let's worry about that first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Is Brad Reed online?
I do not see him. Oh, yep, here he is. Okay. Brad, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Gamba, City Councilors. My name is Brad Reed. I live in Milwaukie here in lovely Hector Campbell. I wish I could have joined you at City Hall, but I'm jumping from one Zoom meeting to another. You know how it goes. I wholeheartedly support the resolutions put forward to electrify our homes and buildings in Milwaukie. We must transition off of fossil fuels like methane gas and power our lives entirely with clean electricity. Voting to support these resolutions is absolutely necessary to move the conversation forward at this time, and especially when leadership is so urgently needed. Everything toxic, explosive, expensive methane gas can do, clean electricity can do better. Heating and cooling, hot water, cooking, more. We should be a town where kids don't grow up in homes with appliances that cause asthma or make it worse. In an era of dangerous heat, like we've had this summer and last, we simply cannot build another home, apartment, school, or building that doesn't have cooling as well as heating. That's where all electric heat pumps really shine. We have a lot of construction to do in Milwaukie to fit all the new people and families and businesses who want to be here. We must build smart from the start with affordable electric appliances. We can't afford to run more leaky, potentially explosive gas lines under our homes and buildings in town. It's been shown that all electric homes and buildings are more affordable to build and more affordable to live in when the utility bills are due. By contrast, Northwest Natural Gas has requested to raise rates 42% this year. A community debate is healthy. We'll have some great conversations ahead about all electric homes and buildings. Today, leading by example with city-owned buildings and putting city staff on a path to prepare us for those conversations around new and existing buildings should be an easy vote. Vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brad. Any questions? All right. Let's see, is Brett McCon online?
Brett.
I don't see a Brett McCon.
Okay. Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor Gamba, city councilors. For the record, my name is Jacob Sherman. I'm a Milwaukie resident. I serve on your planning commission, where I also am appointed as a member of your community involvement advisory committee. I'm here representing myself tonight. To be clear, I very much support the intention of these resolutions. As an environmentalist, I've been working on environmental sustainability issues for a long time. I think natural gas is problematic. The question was called earlier, what do you do when the power goes out? 2021, I lost power for 9 days, and I will tell you that you do nothing when the power goes out because the electric motor on your furnace doesn't blow the natural gas heat through your house. And the electric fan above your natural gas stove doesn't work either, and you don't use it because you have asthma. To be clear, I'm here tonight to say that I support the second resolution, and I would ask you to table the first and the third resolution.
So I don't know that they're in any particular order.
So the second resolution around, supporting the second resolution around public involvement and conducting additional public involvement, and then tabling the other two while those public involvement activities kick off. In talking to my friends, my neighbors, I've had a lot of questions. Folks aren't clear what this action is about. I've had people ask me, where were the presentations at the NDA meetings? Could I see the resolution? I left town to go camping this weekend and wasn't able to read the resolutions myself until my lunch break today. I think we need some more process here. I think all of us prided ourselves on the work that we did around tree code, comprehensive plan, climate action plan. And I think we're just maybe moving a little bit too fast. And sometimes you need to go slow to go fast. So I would encourage you all to consider a short delay. Think about, how do we get back here in maybe 6 to 9 months? Mayor Gamba, I very much admire your leadership and support and agree with many of the things that were said tonight. But I think we should pick this up in a little bit longer and have more forums so that other residents can hear from some of the experts that we've heard tonight, can hear some of the clear misinformation we've heard tonight, and then be ready to move forward. So I thank you all so much for your time and your leadership and the difficult decisions you have before you. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Let's see, Ann Turner, is she online?
I do not see an Ann Turner, no.
Okay. Paul Lisak.
Again, thank you for being here and listening to me. I was not going to speak tonight because I had Scott taking care of all that, or we had Scott taking care of all that. The one thing that I keep on hearing through people who've called in and on is, well, when you lose power, you don't get anything because the electric fans on the furnaces don't work. That's all correct. My real concern is, the furnaces don't work. But gas fireplaces, very high efficiency gas fireplaces do. Gas stoves do. The heat pumps that they're talking about are fabulous. They're cheap to run, they're cheap to use, they don't take a lot of energy. But when your temperature gets colder than 40 degrees, they no longer work. So then you have to have a backup heat source for that. And most of them, if you're going all electric, that uses 220. And when it's 40 degrees and the heat pumps aren't working, nobody's heat pumps are working because it's 40 degrees everywhere. And so your 220 is going to kick in, and that's called, they call that an emergency backup. And so will the infrastructure handle all the 220s? If there's a gas furnace, and I'm not in the fight with gas furnaces because we don't sell them. But if there's a gas furnace, it's only used in that part of time when it's under 40 degrees and the heat pumps aren't working. But to say, so my main concern is the backup and emergency heat source. Because just like the gentleman right here said, yeah, I lost power and I did nothing because it was cold. And it doesn't have to be that way. You've got to have, you can have a gas backup heat source. Most people don't use their gas fireplaces until they lose power. Then they turn them on. So it's not a huge gas consumption running all the time. And so just as that emergency backup, the little old people that I go out and fix fireplaces for when there's 6 inches of snow or an inch of ice, also putting all the government buildings, your buildings, Milwaukie municipal buildings, onto electricity, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great idea. What happens when we have an ice storm? You don't have electricity, everybody stays home. So a place of commerce being all electric is not as big a deal as your home. And I'd kind of like to know if anybody here, other than gentlemen here, when they lost electricity, what did they do to keep warm?
10 seconds.
So that's really my main point, is the backup. You're getting rid of the emergency heating source in the wintertime. And I'll take it that that's my BBB.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
So the gas fireplaces, I've stayed in hotels and condos that have them and they have a switch.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a fan, there is an electric element to turning them on. So
there is an electric element. All the new units, and Scott had mentioned direct vent. So all the air for combustion is combusted inside the fireplace and then sent outside. So that air never mixes with any house. And all the new stoves, there used to be standing pilot stoves. That's what everybody used to see a pilot running all the time. Those are almost all gone. So there's electricity that lights that stove, but it's done with AA batteries. And so that's what gives the enough ignition to light the gas and to run the valve. It's just AA and AAA batteries. It's very little electrical.
And what percentage do you think have that versus the kind of switch I saw?
All the new stuff, it's almost 100%.
Battery operated. Okay.
Pardon? For the last 10 years. Well, yeah, for quite a long time. A lot of the older hotels and things, and those are getting retrofitted, had a standing pilot, just like a water heater. So the gas was always running. You were burning gas 24/7, 365. The new units, when it calls for heat or you flip the switch, it goes tick, 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 and it lights a pilot. And then that runs the fireplace itself. But that can be done on a switch on the wall, it can be done with a remote, it can be done with a thermostat.
And how big of a space will all those heat?
How about the fireplaces?
Yeah.
We've got little fireplaces that'll heat 1,000 square feet just fine. And we have fireplaces that'll heat almost 2,500 square feet. The main thing would be having a house with an open floor plan, which most of them do nowadays, so that heat can distribute.
Thank you.
I have a question real quick. You mentioned the heat pump at 40 degrees, but isn't there a cold climate heat pump as well? So if for extremely cold temperatures, that will work just as efficiently?
That's my heat pump expert. You want to answer that, Scott? Can you?
I
design systems very often.
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Otherwise, people online can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
like the ducted mini split style heat pumps that I put in regularly, they're putting out 100% of their output at 5 below zero. So it was common, basically it's a lot harder to pull in heat when it is colder outside. So it's something that needs to be designed for, and a low performance heat pump doesn't do a great job. And then you do have to have auxiliary heat or backup heat. But all the manufacturers are making plenty of heat pumps that work sufficiently at any temperatures that we see around here.
And like I said, I love heat pumps. They're great, especially the mini splits, because they put one in this room and one in that room. You control everything. When you lose power, though, no electricity, where does that heat pump do?
Some electric appliance.
Nothing. So that gas fireplace or the little freestanding gas stove is that emergency backup. And if you don't let gas get to that house, I mean, you can say no gas furnaces. I don't care. I don't sell them. So, but if you can't get gas to that house, that emergency backup is non-existent. And your other choices are generators, burning diesel or propane or gas outside.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Again, thank you for letting me come here twice.
All right, so Ann Turner, is she online?
You said no.
I do not see an Ann Turner.
Okay, sorry. I've lost track of who I've asked about and who I haven't. Brett Dolio?
Beth Dolio, yep. Beth, can you hear us? And Josh, you might have to turn the PA up.
Yeah. Hello?
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and for your service as Milwaukie City Council members. For the record, I'm Beth Dolio, a former Washington State legislator, and I reside in Olympia, Washington. And I speak to you this evening to provide a little bit of state and national context to work going on at the local level to address the pressing issue of climate change through building decarbonization. So we all know that to meet our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that will keep our planet livable, we need to rapidly transition away from the use of fossil fuels, whether that be in our transportation system or in our built environment. And as you know, the Oregon legislature passed a bill that transitions our electric grid to 100% clean by 2040. So as we move the energy that powers our homes, cars, and offices to that electricity, we know that the grid is getting greener and greener every day, and that's a really good thing that we should be taking advantage of. Just like Oregon, Washington is also on the path to 100% clean electricity, and the State Building Code Council recently passed the most climate-friendly statewide commercial building codes in the nation. Basically, we won't be building commercial codes with very little gas in them. And we are on track to do the same with the residential codes as well. Milwaukie has an amazing opportunity, as a few folks have mentioned, to be the leader in Oregon and join Washington and 80 other communities in 11 states in passing resolutions and ordinances that point us to an all-electric building future. Now, Greer did mention the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. We will see funding for over 7.2 million heat pump installations, 1.2 million home energy retrofits, and over 2.4 million electrification upgrades for low and moderate income communities. It's an absolute game changer. And I would argue, as Greer did, that cities who are working towards these actions now will be in a much better position to quickly put those funds to work in our communities. So what you have before you as consideration is an important step in that transition for our built environment, a path that moves Milwaukie towards using our increasing clean electricity to heat and cool our buildings and heat the water used in those buildings. It's one of the fastest growing sources of emissions, and buildings stick around for a long time. Let's build them right from the beginning without fossil-based appliances as we look toward a climate-friendly future. So I'm supporting what you're doing and happy to help see this through. Thanks very much for your leadership.
Thank you. All right, Ann Pernick.
Yes, and I believe is on Zoom as Safe Cities Campaign. Ann, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Hello, Mayor Gamba and City Councilors. Thank you for providing this opportunity for testimony. My name is Ann Pernick, and I'm a resident of Portland, Oregon, and I'm the Safe Cities Community Manager at Stand Up Earth. In that role, I have the honor of working with local government leaders and community activists all over the U.S. and Canada who are moving local policies to stop fossil fuel expansion and phase out fossil fuels. Milwaukie has an exciting opportunity tonight to become one of the leading communities in building electrification policy in Oregon. Getting gas out of buildings is critical for Milwaukee's health and safety as well as local climate. The more we learn about methane gas, the worse we know it to be. There are the asthma symptoms in children from gas stoves and all the other health effects, with the highest impacts felt by low-income, renters, and BIPOC people. The American Medical Association has now recognized the risks children face from gas stoves. We're learning how much gas is leaking even when stoves are off. There are the dangerous gas leaks in buildings, and then the very high climate impacts of gas in our buildings. On the issue of heat pumps in cold weather, per capita, Norway has installed more air source heat pumps than anywhere in the world. So that's a very good signal for us about how well the heat pumps will work here in Oregon. I want to urge the City Council to pass these resolutions tonight and move forward on developing and passing equitable building electrification policies for new and existing buildings citywide. The Council and staff will have the support of leaders from other local governments and advocates in Oregon and across the country who are developing and passing these important policies in their communities as well. You'll be leading, and at the same time, you won't be alone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. All right, KB.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gamba and members of the City Council. My name is KB Mercer, and I used to live in Milwaukie, where I was a Northwest Natural customer. 6 years ago, my husband and I were looking to purchase our first home, and unfortunately, we were priced out of Milwaukie, so we ended up buying a home in Lentz. We have been diligent in going all electric, including our inexpensive electric car, to prepare for the upcoming major transition from fossil fuels. I buy 100% renewable, and we still have work to do on efficiency, but we are moving as fast as we can to upgrade. There are other people testifying today who have specific data, science, and policy recommendations for you. I'm not a scientist or a lobbyist, I'm a citizen, but I can see the writing on the wall. Northwest Natural and all other methane producers are selling buggy whips. They are holding out as long as possible, using every method and marketing lie they can think of to pull the wool over our eyes. This corporation and this industry is showing yet again that the public is only important to them as consumers. Just like the tobacco companies, they are trying to sell us emotionally because that's all they have left. That natural gas heating feels good and that gas stoves cook better. And this is BS, and it's contributing to the destruction and livability of our entire planet. Natural gas corporations are desperately selling their hazardous product as a transition fuel, but it's not. Nuclear energy is a transition fuel. Natural gas is a fossil fuel. And excuse me to the experts who've already spoken, but batteries are the answer to power outages, not methane. If you buy a new Ford F-150 and your power goes out, you can plug it in and keep your heat going for 3 days with your electric car battery, and that's going to become more and more normal. Further investments in gas infrastructure and continued coddling of this dying industry is simply suicide. The IPCC has said that reducing methane emissions is our most urgent current need and will be our most effective climate drawdown in the next few years. And the truth is we needed to do it yesterday. In closing, I'd like to share with you 2 things my grandmother told me on her 100th birthday. First thing was she said she wasn't sure married people were meant to be together for 50 years. And then she said, deep down, everyone knows the difference between right and wrong. This is a right-wrong issue. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
You win the shoe award for the testimony tonight. You win the shoe award for the testimony tonight.
All right. Who do you have left online?
I've got 5 hands raised and a list of folks. You want me to
Say again?
We've got Laura Stevens and Brian Stewart, Patty Hine, Dylan Plummer, and Kazra Shokat.
Okay. I don't care which order you bring them in, except leave Dylan for last.
Very good. I think Laura's been holding her hand up the longest. So Laura Stevens, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You're a little quiet.
Just barely.
I'm speaking right into the...
Much better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Gamba, council members. My name is Laura Stevens. I'm an organizing manager for the Sierra Club here in Oregon, and I'm also a resident of Oak Grove, which I hope someday will be incorporated into Milwaukie. I, of course, enthusiastically encourage you to support the policies for clean, safe, and climate-friendly buildings. I really do believe these policies will create many benefits for me and my neighbors. I want to start by saying that my ductless heat pump, which definitely works just fine in the cold, and of course also serves as an AC unit in our hot summers, is my favorite appliance in my house. I'm very privileged to have one, and I would like to see all of my neighbors, regardless of their income, be able to access that technology. I also just want to share, I have asthma and other chronic health conditions, and during the 2020 wildfires, I had a hard time breathing. I spent the worst pollution days in my own home, and we're really fortunate to have an air filter. It was on around the clock, but it was still very hard for me to breathe. And I was really afraid that if it got any worse, I might not be able to breathe at all. I remember talking with folks out of state about trying to get ventilators and things like that, respirators. And it is the most terrifying feeling to not be able to breathe. Absolutely terrifying. And if you think about it right now, if you weren't sure you'd be able to take your next breath. And so when I think about anything contributing to people getting asthma and kids experiencing asthma in their own homes, it just makes my heart ache. And just reading these statistics about how kids in homes with gas stoves have a 42% increased risk of asthma symptoms. 42%, that's a lot. And I think about hardworking parents coming home and thinking they're doing something healthy for their kids to cook up a meal at home, and then they're increasing their kids' risk of asthma. So just to tie it all together, as we brace ourselves for further climate-driven catastrophes like wildfires, it's critical that we do everything in our power to, of course, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this is a twofer because it can also help us reduce pollution inside our homes and outside our homes and protect our lungs. So thank you very much for considering this. And I hope you pass it tonight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope.
The next person on the list, Brian Stewart.
Hello. I'm not sure how to turn the camera on here, but my name is Brian Stewart. Thank you, Mayor Gamba and City Councilors and staff for providing this opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Stewart and I'm a resident of Portland, Oregon. Earlier tonight we heard many of the arguments that are common from those who sell fossil gas and gas appliances, but the facts do not support their statements. The electric grid is getting cleaner literally every day, and studies show it can easily absorb the relatively small and gradual additional loads that would be required to electrify all the buildings in Oregon. Gas has enjoyed a reputation as a low-cost energy choice, but that is no longer the case. You may have seen that gas prices have risen between 25 and 42% in the last year in Oregon, and will likely rise again next year, while electricity prices are relatively stable and the cost of renewable energy generation continues to go down. Heating with electric heat pumps is the lowest cost way to heat homes and buildings in Oregon. The gas industry talks about innovation, but they have blocked increases in federal efficiency standards successfully for the last 30 years, while electric appliances have become 2 to 5 times more efficient during the same period. A gas furnace is basically 1950s technology, and the best available are no more fuel efficient than what was available before many of us in this room were born. My wife, Perrin, and I founded Electrify Now 4 years ago as an all-volunteer organization devoted to educating homeowners, policymakers, and the public about the tremendous advantages of all-electric homes. We've worked with literally hundreds of families across the state to help them electrify their homes, starting with their own home. I can say with certainty that every one of these families is happy to be living in a safer, more comfortable, and healthier home. They're all happier to be saving money on energy bills and happy to be helping to clean up the fossil fuels mess that's threatening our very existence. This is not a compromise solution. All electric homes are simply better homes, more comfortable, safer, and lower cost to build and to operate. This issue has been heavily researched, and the conclusions are clear. More than a dozen independent studies from all conclude that electrification is the lowest cost way to eliminate carbon emissions from buildings in the Northwest. I urge you to advance these proposed policies to promote safe and healthy all-electric buildings for Milwaukee. By taking bold action, you have an opportunity to improve the comfort and well-being of Milwaukee residents and advance state climate goals. Milwaukee could take a leadership role by standing up against the misinformation and scare tactics from the gas industry and adopting these sensible measures, steps which 80 cities in other states have already taken, and as you've heard, many cities in Oregon are also considering. The world is waking up to the tremendous advantages of high-efficiency electric.
10 seconds.
And the Federal Inflation Reduction Act will certainly accelerate this, but more must be done fast, so please exercise your leadership to protect the future of Milwaukee residents by adopting these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Patty Hine. Patty, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gamba and City Councilors. Thank you for providing this opportunity for public input. My name is Patty Hine, and I'm president of the climate justice organization 350 Eugene, and I am a resident of Eugene. The purpose for my presence here this evening is to appreciate your efforts in support of Oregon's clean energy transition with your consideration and development of resolutions to equitably reduce climate pollution from Milwaukee's buildings. Presently, Eugene is considering a policy to mandate all new residential buildings be electric by June of 2023, and later to take up electrification of new commercial and industrial buildings, as well as equitable decarbonization of existing buildings. We are pleased that in addition to Milwaukee, similar efforts are underway in Deschutes County, Ashland, and Corvallis, to name a few. Building electrification policy is spreading quickly across the country. It's time to stop burning things for energy. Time for renewable energy, wind, waves, solar, geothermal, conservation and efficiency. Fossil fuels have given us an incomparable but unsustainable standard of living. But now, due to the burning of fossil fuels, the Earth's energy system is out of balance. Climate breakdown is here. The research is clear. It's imperative that we take sensible actions as soon as possible to mitigate climate pollution. Restricting burning of methane in buildings is an obvious first step, since heating and cooling buildings with electricity is cheaper, cleaner, safer, and more comfortable in the long run. The majority of human emissions come from our cities. Joined by efforts by the great city of Milwaukee, our communities are sending a strong signal that we are not waiting for direction from above. We are doing what we can locally to get this vital clean energy transition underway now. We're running out of time. Thank you for your efforts tonight. Help us meet Oregon's important climate goals. Thank you for your dedicated public service.
Thank you. Any questions?
The next one we have is Kasra Shokan. Kasra, can you hear me?
Sure can. Mayor Gamba, City Councilors, my name is Castro Shokan. I'm here tonight, zooming from home in the heart of Milwaukee to testify in favor of the resolutions for electrification of homes and buildings in our town. So public health experts agree methane gas is damaging our health, and scientists agree too. Methane gas is damaging the climate globally. And the damage is only going to get worse every day if we don't take action. Thankfully, there are conversations just like the one we're having tonight, happening in towns like ours across the country, about how to phase out the burning of this dangerous fossil fuel and turn to a safer, cleaner, all-electric future. We have the technology, and now we need policy action. Again, I support all three proposed measures. I think it's important leading by example and electrifying city-owned and financed buildings. It's an excellent starting point. And equally important is ending the practice of building new gas pipelines and locking fossil fuels into any new buildings and homes. Anything built here in Milwaukee after 2024 should be all electric. Lastly, setting an equitable path for homes, businesses, schools, and others to transition off the gas they use now to a more efficient, cleaner, healthier electric future is both the largest and most important task in front of you tonight. And this is our opportunity to make sure no one in Milwaukee is left behind. So thanks for taking up these important issues. We need leaders like you at every level of government acting as quickly as you can to protect us from the climate crisis. Thanks again.
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, and the last one that I have is Dylan Plummer. Dylan, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Mayor Gamba and Milwaukee City Councilors, thank you for providing this opportunity for testimony. My name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm a senior campaign representative with the Sierra Club working across Oregon and Washington on building electrification. I'm calling in tonight from the city of Eugene. On behalf of the Sierra Club's members and supporters in the city of Milwaukee and our 60,000 members and supporters across the state of Oregon, I'm testifying to support the resolutions in the meeting packet to transition Milwaukee off of polluting fracked methane gas. Specifically, the Sierra Club believes it is critical that cities mandate that all new construction use 100% clean electric appliances, and that these cities begin to plan for a fossil-free future powered by renewable electricity. After another summer of historic wildfire, drought, and deadly heat waves, now is the time for elected officials at all levels of government to pass concrete policies to reduce climate pollution, to increase resilience, and to transition our communities to 100% renewable electricity while making our communities healthier, more equitable. As the Council considers these critical resolutions, I wanted to highlight the findings of a recent report from Synapse Energy Economics, which illustrates the many benefits regarding emissions reductions, grid impacts, and consumer economics associated with the adoption of electric heat pumps in the state of Oregon and broadly building electrification. In the study, a team of researchers showed that a rapid transition to 100% high-efficiency electric heat pumps for heating and cooling Oregon homes and commercial buildings would generate immediate household utility bill savings and a $1.1 billion in system-wide savings by 2050, all while greatly slashing emissions. The study's findings add to a growing body of evidence to show that rapid transition to highly efficient electric heat pumps in Oregon homes and buildings with lower household energy bills, generate huge savings, and dramatically reduce climate pollution, all without major grid impacts. Despite the rapid pace of the transition, the report found total electricity demand from homes and buildings will increase just 13% by 2050, or around about 0.5% per year, a rate that's consistent with past and projected growth rates for annual total electricity loads. The report modeled the impact on energy bills from the transition to highly efficient electric heat pumps in 2 Oregon cities, Portland and Bend. In Portland, which is obviously more relevant to Milwaukee, the report found that households that electrify will save $161 annually on energy bills compared to homes that burn gas. And I also want to note that after this analysis was conducted, Northwest Natural announced its intention to increase rates 16% on top of previous rate increases applications this year, which would, if they're granted by the PUC, total a cumulative increase of over 42% to ratepayers in the Milwaukee across the distribution area in just the past 12 months. These increases in the cost of gas will only make the savings from transitioning to electricity greater. So with that, I just want to strongly state my support for these resolutions and encourage you all to continue your leadership on climate and to support building electrification in Milwaukee. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Anybody we missed?
I'm double checking now, Mr. Mayor. PA can be turned down, Josh. Thank you. Big thanks to Josh for keeping that up and down while people are coming in on the Zoom. Double checking the email, and no more hands raised and no more commenters, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So I noticed that in our email, we did have several more written testimonies that came in the last few hours, including Northwest Natural. So I don't know if you all want to take some time to read those or start having a discussion about the resolutions.
I think we can move forward with discussion. I think we've heard a lot.
Okay. So you read, we'll go one resolution at a time.
You're going to read the whole resolution?
I'm going to read the whole resolution once because the whereases are the same in all three. And this, by the way, is a slightly changed, Kathy had noted an error in the whereases that I fixed, and you'll note that when I'm talking about our climate action plan. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, to decarbonize the building sector and to accelerate the transition to an all-electric, city-owned and city-financed buildings to promote climate, public health, and resiliency benefits. Whereas climate change is an existential crisis posing one of the most serious threats to the existence of humanity and all species on the planet, a threat that intersects and compounds multiple other crises facing humanity and our Earth. And whereas the 11th United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, report from October 2018 states that we must cut greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 to limit global warming and avoid a climate catastrophe. And whereas in 2021, the United States and other leading economies agreed to the global methane pledge to reduce methane emissions 30% by 2030. And whereas in Oregon, homes and buildings are the second highest source of Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas the transportation and combustion of natural methane gas creates significant harms to public health and safety. And whereas leaks during the production, processing, transmission, and distribution of natural methane gas are substantial, releasing a potent greenhouse gas with approximately 86 times the global warming potential of carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. And whereas methane gas stoves emit hazardous air pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide and carbon monoxide, which compromise indoor air quality and the respiratory health of vulnerable populations, including low-income households, children, the elderly, and those with existing health conditions. And whereas children who grow up in homes with methane gas cooking appliances have a 42% higher risk of asthma symptoms, and whereas methane gas for heating in buildings leads to an increase in indoor or in outdoor air pollution, and whereas historically marginalized communities, including low-income and Black, Indigenous, and people of color households, are disproportionately impacted by outdoor air pollution. And whereas methane gas pipelines are prone to leaks and explosions and endanger the health and safety of communities. And whereas methane gas infrastructure poses a significant threat to Oregon residents in the event of a major earthquake. And whereas renewable natural methane gas still poses the same health and safety risks to communities as traditional natural gas. And whereas Northwest Natural, the state's largest methane gas utility, which serves Milwaukie customers, is expected to cumulatively increase bills approximately 42% between October 2021 and November 2022. And whereas gas utility ratepayers are at a significant risk of incurring additional costs and rate increases due to methane gas price volatility and utility business practices. And whereas in 2021, the Oregon passed HB 2021, which sets milestones for electric utilities to transition to 100% clean electricity by 2040. And here's the two whereases that are changed slightly. Whereas in 2018, the city approved a community climate action plan that established ambitious decarbonization
Goals. Isn't the word goals missing there?
It probably is, yes. Sorry. And whereas in 2020, the city declared a climate emergency and accelerated the goals in the Climate Action Plan by 5 years, which makes them carbon-free electricity, powering the city by 2030, net zero emissions from all buildings by 2035, and carbon neutral city by 2045. And whereas in 2022, the United States passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which among other things will provide billions of dollars to homeowners and businesses for increasing energy efficiency and installing high-efficiency electric appliances like heat pumps. And whereas electric heat pumps provide both heating and cooling while providing significant operational greenhouse gas reduction benefits compared to gas furnaces. And whereas electrification will improve indoor air quality and overall health by eliminating natural gas combustion inside homes that produces harmful indoor air pollution. And whereas electrification is widely recognized as a powerful strategy to address both climate change and poor air quality in frontline communities most vulnerable to climate impacts. And whereas every new building constructed with high-efficiency electric appliances will have climate, public health, and cost savings benefits for decades to come. And whereas the city has the opportunity to lead by example to make decisive, transformative, and sustainable changes in its municipal energy consumption and can significantly lower the city's greenhouse gas emissions and overall carbon impact. And whereas citywide rapidly reducing methane gas in buildings will help achieve Milwaukee's community climate action plan targets, and such actions will also improve public health and increase the quality of life throughout the city. So that's the same for all three resolutions. Now, the bottom part, which is different in each of the resolutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Milwaukie that the City of Milwaukie recognizes the global and local benefits of decarbonizing homes and buildings and accelerating the transition to all electric homes and buildings throughout the city, and be it further resolved as follows. Resolution: electrify city-owned and city-financed buildings. Section 1, the city manager is directed to require all new city-owned and city-financed buildings and major renovations of existing city-owned and city-financed buildings are built electric. In the event the cost of such actions would be 10% more expensive than using fossil fuel-based alternatives, the city manager may seek an exemption from taking such actions from city council. Any exemptions granted by the city council shall be narrowly tailored to maximize decarbonization efforts within given cost constraints. Public buildings, this is also new, public buildings which offer key services to communities, to the community, such as City Hall, may be permitted to maintain non-electric emergency generators. This policy will become effective September 10th, 2022. Section 2, the city manager is directed to inventory city-owned facilities that currently use fossil fuels and evaluate the feasibility of retrofitting those facilities to cease using fossil fuels with a priority of electrification where feasible. The inventory and evaluation will make use of existing reports and data to prepare preliminary feasibility recommendations by January 1st, 2025. All right, so that's the first resolution, basically the city-owned buildings. So, any discussion?
I'd like to start. I'm all for electrification. We just got solar panels put on our house. We're privileged enough that we can afford that. But what we can't get is a battery to get off the grid because batteries are so expensive, right? And just like flat screen TVs when they first came out, super expensive, but now you can go into Fred Meyer and buy a flat screen TV. So I'm struggling with the lack of community engagement in this process. I think they said, Eugene's been working on it for 6 months, and this is, I think, our second time talking, our third time talking about this. That doesn't seem like enough time to actually engage the community. I sat here and watched a slew of people testify in support for this. I didn't see one black person come out and say I support it or I oppose it. That's a problem. We're not doing enough to engage. We haven't engaged the community. I think there was one BIPOC person who testified. How can we pass these resolutions when we're not hearing from everyone in the community? And I'm going to say it again. No black people in here. No black people testified online. How are we getting a true representation? Where's the equity in that? You know, low-income households spend 3 times more of their income on energy than white folks, or than non-low income. Low-income multifamily households spend 2.3 times more of their income on energy costs. Black households spend 43% more than white folks on their energy costs. Hispanics spend 20% more. Where do they get to have a voice in all of this? And I support it. I just think we need to take our time and really get everyone's input. We have engaged Milwaukie. I heard Jacob say the NDAs. We don't need to push this through. Let's come back in 6 months. Let's come back in 9 months. But I cannot honestly sit here and say this is a great idea right now when we're not truly representative of everyone in our community.
So right now we're talking about the city-owned buildings.
But still, we have to get the community engaged in this. We have to educate them. People hear a gas ban and they think, what? They're going to take the gas out of my... We haven't even done that. We haven't even done the education part of what a gas ban means and what it looks like.
That's not the resolution we're discussing, but okay, point taken. What we're discussing right now is whether the city should build any more buildings or renovate any more buildings using fossil fuel infrastructure.
And I'm asking that we do more community engagement. That's what I'm asking. Yes, but the people of Milwaukie also own the city buildings, right? I mean, they pay taxes, right? Shouldn't they have a voice? Shouldn't we do more to educate what this means? I mean, shouldn't we?
Potentially, yes, but that could be said about every single decision we make, literally. Literally, every single time we make a decision on a budget item, on any resolution, on any code change, we should be doing exactly what you're saying.
So why can't we do that with this? I'm having a hard time understanding what's the difference between passing these resolutions maybe 6 months from now as opposed to right now. What's the hurry? What's the rush?
Go ahead.
I will say that we did get a lot of comments about we should put it off. We should, this came about too fast and we haven't had opportunity to respond. And for the average citizen, I think that's probably true. But for a lot of the people that wrote us and said that, it's not true. Like the realtors and the, Northwest Natural, the realtors, we had meeting on January 18th. We got a lot of letters and public comments in advance of that meeting from a lot of the same people, not entirely, but a lot of the same people. So they've known since January that we're talking about this. They can't claim surprise. So their claims of surprise that there's not more public, that they didn't know this was coming are to me, ring hollow. To me, these resolutions, but I do think, to me, these resolutions are not all of one caliber. And I guess I do think we have limited staff capacity. We hear that from our city manager all the time. To our credit, we've done, very broad outreach on things like our vision and our climate action plan and our comp plan. But I don't think we have to do that with everything. I don't think we need to hold ourselves to that standard for everything we do. And I guess in that regard, I feel like these resolutions are kind of apples and oranges, or some are, to me, the question of existing buildings and converting what people already have is a bigger question that requires more vetting, that does require more outreach to the people. The question of what we require of buildings the city buys, and to me, the question of new construction at some established future date, not tomorrow, but new construction, are not ones that I feel like need a huge amount of vetting. We've had a lot of evidence, at previous meetings, these, where the links take you on these resolutions and on the things that people have submitted. I think we have a lot of evidence that it's not only healthier, but it's cheaper. And it's the right thing for the climate. So, I feel like, personally, I'm okay with I do think the one thing we haven't done is talk about the difference between recognizing that there may be exceptions needed. And that's, I sent around to everybody late afternoon, the Eugene's staff report from their staff that showed that they recognize that there are some commercial and industrial uses where they may not have alternatives that are all electric, and that they may need some exceptions in their policy. And that's why I see residential as a different thing, as an easier thing than commercial and industrial. And I think we don't know. We haven't had evidence. We haven't had testimony about what those things are. But personally, I think, I'm not sure I'm saying I'm ready to sign these resolutions tonight, but I don't think we need to engage in a long public process about those two questions. A date certain for residential buildings to no longer have gas infrastructure, and some sort of approach to the city's own buildings.
Existing building? Well, new building.
The city's new buildings. And the inventory, which I can talk a little bit about if you want me to. I got from Ann the report that was done several years ago by Amoresco, which is a company that helps cities with finding energy efficiencies. And it does look like most of our buildings are heated with gas. The public safety building, the buildings out at Johnson Creek, the 40th and Harvey building, they're heated with gas. It doesn't say anything about how old those are, when they might need replacement, any of that. So it's not the full kind of inventory that your resolution calls for. And it's not clear to me that, it's not clear to me that report is going to satisfy what your resolution calls for. But it's at least a starting point. I think I will tell you the testimony of Dr. Plout, was that her name? It has me worried. I have a gas furnace. I did install mini splits about 5 years ago to have air conditioning, because I hadn't had air conditioning till then. Just in the last year or two, I've started using those for supplemental heating, but I think I'm going to start using them as my main heating source after listening to all of this. I'm also thinking I'm going to buy one of those burners that she mentioned, because, and I will say, I'm very, if Northwest Natural is really, they claim to be so transparent, but I asked them, and I asked Dinah Carlson, the woman who's testified here, if they could send someone out with a gauge to measure the gas level in my house and measure it let's measure it outside, and then let's measure it in the house, and then let's measure it with the burners turned on. Nope, they don't do that. They have a guy they send out who's sniffing and telling you, oh, if you don't have if it doesn't smell bad, you don't have a leak. But you actually ask them to come measure and show me what the levels are. They can't do that. It seems to me that that's something they should do if they're interested in being as transparent about what the leak issues are in construction these days or in appliances these days.
Okay, but my question still wasn't answered about why weren't there black people in here? Why weren't there more folks of color? In the resolution, it talks about BIPOC community, yet we had zero representation. We had one person representing the BIPOC community. So where is the engagement with the BIPOC community?
What you're saying is true. It's also true of virtually every single meeting I have seen in the 10 years I've been on this council.
So what did we do to get the word out to the BIPOC community?
Kathy?
Yeah, I acknowledge, I completely acknowledge where Councilor Nicodemus is coming from, because, the biggest thing that I gathered from this was, number one, obviously the involvement, but I also got something that kind of went a little bit under the radar, which is lit something in my head, is what does happen when the power goes out? We don't have a solution for that, do we? We don't know, like, if we go all electric and the power goes out, there's people that died in that ice storm last year, and that's my biggest concern, is this, what do we do then? Because if that's going to get more common, the electric solves one portion, but it doesn't solve, that's where I'm the most worried, is what happens when people do, and not everybody has an electric vehicle to plug into their house to heat it up. And I know we're talking about the city buildings, and I think city buildings, to your point, yes, there should be more involvement, but I think the city buildings would be a lot easier of a resolution to pass as opposed to the new construction, just because that one, again, it's tough to pass that without having an answer to when the power goes out. I just don't see, it's tough for me, that one.
So on the flip side of that, though, are we requiring everybody put in a gas fireplace?
No.
Well, that's the only way you have heat, is if you put in a gas fireplace. So if you don't do that, whether or not there's gas hooked up to your house, you don't have heat. So
that's the only mechanism that they.
Yeah, because these gas furnaces need an electric blower to blow the heat around the house. Otherwise, they're just heating up the furnace, and that's it. So unless, that it is a question, and there are solutions, as Desi pointed out, solar and batteries are going to be the solution in the future. Yes, batteries are still expensive. More people are getting EVs. More people are putting batteries on. That's going to be the solution of the future for those instances. Also, the microgrid system that we've been testing here in Milwaukie, where be able to share electricity with a small area, even when parts of the grid are down and electricity isn't coming in. That is all stuff that we absolutely have to work on. But the point is, if we allow the next apartment complex that comes in to put in gas furnaces and gas stoves and gas hot water heaters, those are going to be there for the next 20 years minimum. And unless they're putting gas fireplaces in too, they're not going to have any more heat when the electricity is down than everybody else is. So it's it's something that's often said. It's not particularly valid unless we're going to require the gas furnaces or the gas fireplaces too.
So no matter what, it requires electricity.
Pretty much. For normal, sort of normal standard construction.
The older ones are the ones where you can light the pilot, is that?
It's
one of those newer ones?
the concept, I mean, basically gas fireplace is very much theoretically like any fireplace, right? You can burn wood in your fireplace and you'll get heat from your fireplace. They're not particularly efficient. They don't typically heat the whole house. And my friends who do have gas fireplaces in Milwaukee said, yeah, it was warm in about a 20-foot circle around that gas fireplace. So that's where we slept, that's where we ate, that's where we did everything. But the rest of the house was cold. So it is a partial solution. So a lot of people that went out and bought generators during that time and put generators and burned propane or gasoline for the 10 days that they didn't have electricity. There are other solutions other than piping natural gas in and putting in appliances that are going to be around for a long time that eventually we're going to have to replace.
Yeah. That, and on top of that, I mean, it does state in our climate action plan that we have a deadline to do this. And right now, we don't have a plan other than these resolutions, but I mean, I do see the merit in getting more people involved in the process. I mean, I don't want to stick, a 200-unit apartment complex with gas pipes for 20, 30, 40 years. Obviously, I don't want to do that. But I also don't want to, number one, alienate anybody in the community. Number two, have anybody feel like we're strong-arming the city into doing this, which I don't think we are. I'm not saying, I do not think that we are. The information that I have is the information I feel like the public should have when it comes to the ban for new construction. I just feel like we should have more people involved. The city buildings, I'm more on board with that just because it's, the city buildings and new construction. As much as the public, we want them involved in that, there's a lot that goes on within the city that people don't know and they're not allowed to know. So that's a little bit more on, I feel like that's something that we can make a call on and I feel more comfortable with that. But the new construction stuff, I would like to hear more from the community. Because speaking, with hearing Jacob's testimony too, that's another thing. I mean, again, I just would like on the new construction stuff, more public testimony.
Well, and just to throw it out there, nobody who's going to live in the new construction currently lives in Milwaukee.
Right. Right.
There is the oddball chance that somebody sells their house and moves to a different house that just got built, but highly unlikely. The vast majority of people who will live in the new construction do not currently live in the city and therefore would not participate in any kind of process that we did, no matter how robust it was.
I have a bone to pick with that because when we have been talking about multifamily and middle housing construction throughout the comprehensive plan implementation process, we have over and over stated that part of why we are incentivizing new construction is because we know that there are people who live in Milwaukee right now who could afford to live in something really nice or nicer than what they are currently living in, and there is no place for them to go. And so when we build new construction, you have people who live in Milwaukee who are in a kind of a crappy apartment, but they could afford to be paying $200 more, move up into that slightly nicer apartment. And then they free up that more affordable apartment unit for someone who needs that more affordable housing. So I just had to complicate a little bit the assertion that it's all people who don't actually live in Milwaukee who are going to be.
I said all, but I said the vast majority.
Vast majority, yeah. I think we don't know is the point I'm trying to make there. And public engagement with renters is something that we don't excel at. So I just want to caution against making assertions about the nature of renters in particular. I do actually have a question for staff. Because my understanding is that we, at least certainly in the conversations we've had in our work sessions, those have been primarily driven by council. And I don't actually know from anything that we heard tonight or in our prior conversations about this, what the workload and costs associated with the proposed resolution about electrifying city-owned and city-financed buildings would be. So if anyone's got any insights into that or can speak to that question more broadly, I would love it.
Hi there. Good evening. I'm Natalie Rogers. I'm the Climate and Natural Resources Manager. I have Peter Pastorelli, who's our Public Works Director, so we can try to tag team a little bit of this. I'll start off by saying that, of course, it's all estimates, and when we're looking at aging infrastructure, there's always things that are opportunistic when they come up. So HVAC systems fail, and you have to make that critical decision on, do you repair or do you replace? So right now, I believe all of our systems are working well. We are looking at some resiliency upgrades for our public safety building. So if we were to adopt a resolution, which would require us to look critically at which infrastructure we're investing in after a certain kind of cost threshold, we might have some cost I can't even say that word, implications. Sorry, it's like 9.
Oh, but that's, you're talking about the seismic upgrade?
Yes, yeah, if there was a trigger after a certain amount of cost for infrastructure improvements on city-owned buildings, if that would trigger looking and either replacing or modifying systems.
Be fair, just so you know, that was changed. The resolution that was added tonight, it changed that language.
I think it's fair to say at this point, we don't have a robust inventory of the systems outside of what we have in the Amoresco study that was done in 2015-16 that identifies where we are in the life cycle of those systems for the public safety building, the Johnson Creek campus, and we haven't identified what those costs would be for replacements. So I don't have a budgetary number there to share.
And right now we are participating in Energy Trust of Oregon Strategic Energy Management Program. So that is a program that looks essentially at operational efficiency when it comes to HVAC systems, building systems, lighting. But since it's Energy Trust of Oregon, it is fuels neutral. And so it really looks at efficiency more than anything. And that's what we've been using to do some modeling and some improvements. But it's been fuels neutral. So it's hard to say what costs could be coming down the road. Luckily, we are kind of having this conversation right around the same time as we're talking about other kind of revenue options for climate programs.
Yeah.
Which would, of course, be impacted if this was kind of depending on what type of projects those funds would need to be used by. But it's kind of good that it's a group conversation with a couple topics that are relevant with each other.
The other thing that I would add on those systems, we haven't forecasted replacements for those systems yet in our capital improvement plans. So.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We have not forecasted those replacements in our capital improvement plan that goes out for 6 years.
So how much work would it take to do that forecasting and to get a schedule into the CIP?
I don't know the answer to that right now. I need to talk to Damien a little bit and get an understanding from him on what that effort would be to go through and look at those systems and see where it makes the best financial sense to replace them.
And what's Damien's workload like currently?
Well, Damien is he's busy. He's certainly working on with the rest of the team on the new city hall move. He's also working on the seismic resiliency project that we have for the public safety building. And working on getting EV chargers put into some of our facilities as well. So he's got a big workload.
So we would probably have to become comfortable with the fact that at some point, and this is not our decision to make, this is certainly yours to make as the manager for Damien, but we would have to become comfortable with one of those projects taking a back seat if we were to prioritize this. Is that correct?
Well, the prioritization depends on, where council lands on this, but as well as what that schedule is that we've got to go through to do those.
Right, so this is, that portion of it is in the version of the resolution that I read is for January 1st, 2025. So 2 years and 4 months away. Within that time span, do you think he's going to have opportunity without having to deprioritize any of the other things he's working on?
And that's to have the systems replaced?
No, it's just, so I'll read
Okay.
I'll read, so you literally have it. City manager is directed to inventory city-owned facilities that currently use fossil fuels and evaluate the feasibility of retrofitting those facilities to cease using fossil fuels with a priority of electrification where feasible. The inventory and evaluation will make use of existing reports and data to prepare preliminary feasibility recommendations by January 1st, 2025.
Mayor, I have a couple questions. So I think the first one is, are we looking at any projects that are currently underway? So if there's already an approval for, I know we're talking about two things. We're talking about retrofitting existing buildings, and then we're doing the study. Both of those things are a part of the resolutions, correct? Okay, so for projects that we would retrofit, sorry, am I incorrect?
Well, so nothing in this resolution says you must take natural gas out of anything that you're currently doing.
So none of the other resolutions do any longer either?
Sorry?
None of the other two resolutions do either at this point?
The one resolution calls for no new fossil fuel infrastructure, so no new pipes basically coming out of the right of way to anything. And then the other one talks about, basically it would be within Natalie's realm of helping people utilize the federal funds, the state funds that are going to come down towards swapping out as those become available, and then educating people about it.
But there's no requirement that the city actually change out our systems.
Not unless we are spending more than $50,000 of city funds on a particular building.
But does that apply to any currently planned or budgeted projects? I guess that's my question. So I can give you a list of the ones I'm thinking of. So does it apply to the City Hall project?
The City Hall project, the only gas in the City Hall project, as I understand it from Kelly, is the emergency generator.
It's possible that there's a de minimis amount. Damien believes that that is correct, but I just want to confirm it's a de minimis amount. If it is, we haven't done an audit because it wasn't required.
This says specifically, public buildings which offer key services to the community, such as City Hall, may be permitted to maintain non-electric emergency generators.
Okay.
So it literally takes the generator off the table.
Correct. So if we find something else, it would be required. Is that correct?
There is another part of that City Hall project, and that's some remodeling work that's going to exceed $50,000 at the Johnson Creek campus. Yep. So, that one would more than likely, and we have that in our trigger. That
So $50,000 of city funds at the Johnson Creek.
And we have that in our current CIP.
And that is so that we can prepare the building for Peter's team to move into the front offices and to prepare that building for that use. Does that make sense? So we're changing out the teams and we're restructuring both of those buildings to prepare for Public Works taking over both facilities.
And that project does not anticipate expenditures on HVAC improvements.
Right.
Okay, so that would trigger that one.
Okay. So we don't have budget for that right now. I just want to be transparent. We would need to have a conversation about that one. The second question then would be, I believe that it talks about the sale of a project, or did at one point talk about the sale of. So does that need to be considered for the sale of this building? Because it wasn't in our bid package.
I thought it was where the city invested in.
Well, we may be doing a write-down in that bid project.
In the footnote 21, it says, city finance buildings are those receiving city funds of 50K or more, a donation of property with an appraised value of 50K or more, or a sale of city-owned property where the difference between the appraised value and the sale price is 50,000 or more.
So this building would also apply based on that.
Correct. The people that bought it would be required to replace the.
And we don't have that in the bid specs that are out on the ground right now. Just being transparent with you, the bid package is currently out. I believe we hear back in a couple of weeks and receive the bid documents. So at this point, that's not included. There are other projects too. The reason I'm asking the question this way is I think if we were to do this, my ask, and you all can ignore it, it would be that we would do the assessment first. We'd have it done by the January 1st deadline of 2025. And then this would apply starting at the point that we have the assessment for future projects. So for things that aren't currently on the ground as being projects, simply because we have this coho, we've already signed legal documents on. We already have budgeted both the new city hall and the JCB change. So you all can ignore that, but please know then we will probably have to come back to you with a supplemental budget adjustment, and we'll have to have a discussion about whether or not we need to change bid documents.
So what if the trigger is a bigger dollar figure?
If it's a bigger dollar figure for the JCB project, that would be fine. I think that's probably small. It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars for that retrofit. This building is probably more, unless you wanted to go up to several million. Coho, I think we looked at a couple million, right? So I think you're still in sort of those larger numbers. I'm looking at Peter in case he comes up.
This building here, like if we were to raise the number to $500,000, from 50,000 to $500,000 as the trigger, you think that?
I think if we're requiring them to do a change in this building, I'm going to have to come up with an offset from the sale price because we didn't require, or we have to resubmit the plans back to the public as a requirement to do a different project. Does that make sense? And Joseph's not here today. This has been his project.
But I mean, you think that means you think we're going to have to write down.
You could, and I don't know. This is an open bid document, so it's really hard for me to know what the offer is going to be.
Where the difference between the appraised value and sale price is $500,000.
Well, so part of the discussion has been whether or not you want to put some sort of historic deed restriction on the facade beyond what's currently protected under state law. What the price is to that, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's possible that bidders are going to promise to do that, right?
It is. But that's going to be below the appraised value. That's the part that I can't answer tonight. Does that make sense? That with the write down would be your grand total as to what the offer would be in price.
So would a possible fix to some of what I'm hearing from you be not so much looking at changing the dollar thresholds, but instead looking at a sentence that's about anything that's as of this date, whatever today is, the 6th, out for RFP or under contract or something along those lines would be exempted? Would that language work?
Totally. I mean, I think I am not talking about future projects. I think all of that is plannable, right? We can figure that out moving forward and we can include that in budget documents. This really is about, you've got 4 or 5 projects that are currently either budgeted, contracted, or out for bid. Mm-hmm. And those ones are hard. Mm-hmm. Because either we have to find new money that we didn't budget, we have to change the contract, or we have to change the bid package. Mm-hmm. So those are my concerns.
Where do we find new money?
Usually from taking from old projects. There's definitely some of that. So you would be talking about reducing another CIP project. You know, Peter's been awesome at trying to figure out how to make all these things work over the last couple of years. But it comes from somewhere. And I don't know which project that would be because we haven't looked at what the cost implications would be. With the JCB building in particular, I don't believe we had any HVAC improvements.
No, we
budgeted.
had about $160,000 budgeted. It's like, you know, carpet replacement, painting, some shifting some of the furniture modules around and those sorts of things. So there's limited dollars there, and it did not anticipate any expenditures towards HVAC systems.
And Councilor Beatty, you asked that money threshold. I just want to go back. The real concern I have is Coho for that one. Because that one, we actually know exactly what the write-down value is. Mm-hmm. And it is in excess of what we've been talking about.
Currently proposing as far as the energy efficiency of that building?
I'm sure, I actually don't remember. It's been going on forever. So I wish I could tell you, but I haven't looked at that project lately. Do you remember?
Really?
I have no idea. Here right now.
I generally remember the hand wavy thing you remember of it's a good building. Like, I don't remember if it was, I don't think it was LEED, but it was some
energy level.
Yeah, something. I mean, it has to be to some degree because there's going to be affordable units in it. So it has to hit
Well, and
a certain
It was six stories.
extra
Yeah.
floors, so it has to be absolutely minimum of net zero ready.
So,
Which I don't know if you can get to net zero ready with a gas furnace.
All these are they're just things we haven't done. And they're not things that we've assessed. So if you want to include these projects, then I would recommend that we come back to you with an actual assessment on these, whether or not we can even change some of these legal documents at this point, and what it would look like, what the cost associated with that would be. Alternatively, if you wanted, you can do it based on the language I think you all were trying to come up with, which just excludes the current projects, knowing that we still have Harrison and Maine, we still have Sparrow. We still have, we'll have other buildings that we've got to retrofit. We're going to have other pump houses. We're going to have 40th and Harvey one of these days is going to have to get replaced, I hope. So there are going to be projects in the coming years. It's just not, these ones are well underway. It's going to be hard for us to make changes without pulling cash from another project, or even legally, whether or not I can in a couple of places.
So, and I will share, like, for example, on our new well house that we constructed, there's no natural gas there. It's heated through, it's electric heat. So, and generally if we do have something that needs to be replaced as it relates to our heating systems and cooling systems, Damien is certainly looking at those opportunities to replace them with electric systems. We just haven't had those opportunities pop up yet.
All right. Well, and you all can choose to tell us anyway, like, we want to do this tonight. So I'm not actually telling you can. I don't know where the money's coming from. And at least on, I would say this building and Coho, I need to do some more research on whether or not, what the legal implications are just from our existing agreements.
I would very much like those projects to continue to move. I think that they're crucial to just the overall development of downtown. So I'm reluctant to do something that is going to slow down either this city hall or Coho. I guess what I'm hearing is, unless we can wordsmith on the fly tonight, and I'm not sure that that's strictly necessary, I think I would be more inclined to table this, to give it some time to get the language of the resolution to where it matches what we've discussed here around making sure that we're not slowing down projects that are already under contract, the 4 or 5 that you named. Make it clear that, yes, we're electrifying future projects. If there's even something to be put in there around sort of codifying, not code, but codifying in the resolution, the intention that I already know is out at Public Works, but to say, as replacement becomes, like when we get to the replacement, that will be electric. To just make that automatic in the CIP. I think all of those language fixes would be very clear and provide much better, more reliable direction for staff is my sense of it.
Well, we can work on that in the next couple of weeks if you are interested in having something come back in the near future on that one in particular.
So we could also have a conversation with Valari about what his intention was on Coho too, because that may not be an issue.
Yeah, I think part of my issue right now is just the community development team is responsible for that, and the director's out of town. So I'm not gonna, for a couple weeks. So I need to give him a little bit of time to have those conversations. And I don't think we have another conversation with them set up for another month or two. So we can look into that. Absolutely. I guess is my answer back is we can have a discussion about where they're at. Part of what I don't know is I'm not sure how far they are with construction-ready designs. If they've done construction-ready designs, you're at the point where you know every power source and it's really expensive to change. I just don't know. I know they're currently doing their CLOMAR, which is their floodplain stuff. So it's possible that they haven't done their construction drawings. I just don't know. But we can look at it.
The existing DDA agreement, disposition and development agreement, slides right into the construction agreement. So we're done with agreements for the building of the facility after they finish their due diligence period and go through all that stuff. So I'd have to give some thought about reopening that if there's some new requirements that we would be asking.
Well, the point I was making was if he's actually planning to build lead platinum, or if he's planning to build net zero ready, he's not going to have gas, and we would know that after a conversation.
I don't know. I'll have to look at it. I'm not sure how we worded that section in the DDA in terms of what standard he's going to build. It's not lead platinum, though. It's not my recollection. I think it's a more generic. And I think they're probably still trying to figure some of that stuff out.
Which points they're going for?
Maybe Earth Advantage, or I just don't.
Yeah, I can't recall what we talked about, but I think we worded it rather generally because I don't think they had decided. But I might be speaking out of school. I have to check.
Well, so the minimum that they can have and have the number of floors that they're asking for is in our code already.
It is, but they chose a program and I don't remember which program. And some of them were better on water, some of them were better on energy, some of them are like, that was part of why we provided some flexibility, is because different programs had different benefits. And I think we named 4 or 5 different programs. So we will go back and look. Absolutely. I think that's an easy, yes, we'll do that. Joseph's just gone for a little bit. So when he gets back, I'm happy to do that. And I can talk to his staff this week.
And so we could have a better idea at that point what changes. So the only one that I'm hearing besides that in City Hall, which City Hall is off the table because it's just
this City Hall,
this and Public Works. So the question I would want to know is, what would the cost to make those changes be? Ballpark. It doesn't have to be a quote. It just has to be a order of magnitude kind of number.
It's going to be a quote. I mean, for Damien to be able to do that, he's going to have to look at the system and he's going to have to figure out what it would take for us to actually retrofit the building. So that is going to be some work if you want to get into those kinds of numbers.
So if we were to bring this back to the first meeting in November?
Yeah. I don't know if we'll have bids back. I mean, that goes back to the discussion earlier about Damien's workload and just whether or not, like, what are the priorities in his workload. This is legitimate, and Peter can do these things. I want to be really clear. He is amazing and capable. I'm also handing him a bunch of park stuff and some other projects this week. So I just want to be really honest that this amazing team has a lot of stuff on their plate. If it's easy, Mayor, in early November, we can come back to you with a price. This is also not me trying to say we won't look. It's just a question of how much work is it to get that price, and is that, what's the threshold there? The second,
I would say, I think we can probably get an order of magnitude number.
Okay.
So I think, but that's, it's going to be plus or minus 50%,
But it gives us a budgetary sense.
so that's that piece. Do you want us to come back with what you would be cutting?
So, so what I would want is the conversation with Bellari, find out what their plans are, if they know them. Orders of magnitude on this building and public works.
The other thing I just want to warn you about, and I don't think it's in the plan anymore, I think it was supposed to be constructed last year and we didn't, is that the public safety building has long talked about redoing their kitchen because it's not good. And our officers are living in that building 24 hours a day. They do need to have the facility upgraded. Kitchens become really expensive really fast. So even if we are going to set a threshold, I would recommend it is higher than $50,000 because it will preclude like minor one-room renovations to a building if it's at $50,000. So if you're going to do it, I would say at least go up to 200. Just so that you can do some of these minor, that actually would pull the public works building out as well, because it will allow us to do more of the cosmetic fixes that we need to do in order to make a space usable. I think if you're going into walls, substantially into duct systems, if you're going into the roof systems, those projects are going to exceed 200,000, and we're going to be already doing some pretty substantial changes to the facility. I feel more like that is likely a bigger deal and more likely to have enough money to start balancing out some of the costs with the retrofit.
Paint job on one of those buildings is probably close to 50,000.
Yeah.
I mean, even carpeting, we've got a budget item for carpeting, replacing some carpeting in the public safety building, and that's about $20,000.
And that carpeting is so gross. Oh, God.
Hey, it's amazing.
That carpeting isn't going to walk itself out of
I
that
think it
building.
is walking itself out. So yeah, if you're going to do this, I'd also recommend that we have a discussion about a higher threshold. You all can tell us what that threshold is. If you want it to be 50, you can, but just know that that's getting really into cosmetic. And then requiring a physical infrastructure that's going to increase other things, like you've got to replace drywall, you've got to start painting, right? Like it's going to get more invasive. And Peter can correct me on that because I sound like I know what I'm doing, but I'm not sure that was actually, yep, okay. So there's that one. The other piece of this is we talked tonight about the study, right? So that's actually where we were starting on the resolution, is a study and an assessment of our facilities. The Amoresco study does give us at least what our gas usage. I will tell you that Damien knows our gas use. He knows basically where the systems are using natural gas, and I do appreciate that. I'd like, if we're going to get into the assessment of costs, those numbers are really hard to pin down in a year where we've had this kind of disruption in the market. So I'd be cautious actually about assessing the costs this year for a future year until we understand what's happening in construction in the next 6 months. Maybe by the time it's due in 2025, that'll be better. But I just want to be honest that our numbers have been all over the chart as we've been trying to figure out the new city hall and our construction over at the park and all those things. The numbers just are really unpredictable right now. So you may not get as much clarity as you hope that you're going to get by running the assessment. Knowing our usage, knowing the systems that are going to break, and knowing what the lifespan of those are, that's pretty useful information. So it would give you a sense for, are we talking 20 years before we're going to be replacing a system more than likely? Are we talking, Peter said more than 6 years because it's not on our CIP, but are we talking about 8 or 9? What is the lifespan of a boiler? And those things are things I know Damien thinks about all the time and wouldn't necessarily require us to go out of house to give you some sense for when those replacements would take place.
Okay, so that's the city buildings resolution. Pull it up so I can read the other two.
And while he's working on that, I just want to make sure, Peter, did I miss anything in that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we do have pretty good data. And Damien tracks our energy usage in all of our facilities. Natalie mentioned that we do, that strategic energy management program through ETO. So we do have data. But as Ann was mentioning, the last years were a little quirky in terms of building usage, and
It's generous.
so it's just, yeah, you can't base it off of the last 2.5 years on what things look like. But we have data for since at least like 2017.
One of the things that I know Natalie also, actually, I don't know what Natalie's done, I'm not going to say that, but I'm guessing she's done just knowing how well she does at her job is looking at the life cycle on the improvements and looking at the energy used for the life cycle may be something you also want to consider when we're talking about replacement. You might want to bump up a replacement sooner than the end of life because the replacement, the benefits of the lifespan is worth it. That's not something I am skilled at, but it may be something we want to ask somebody to do.
Yeah, we can look into, particularly for the more kind of key assets, typically HVAC systems, water heaters that do produce the most amount of emissions associated, regardless what fuel you're using, unless you're using carbon-free electricity, I should say. But we can look at the life cycle analysis, kind of that carbon cost of both production of new systems and installation and retirement of old ones. I might also recommend, we're still part of the Zero Energy Ready Oregon Coalition, and they have plenty of more technical experts on that team who have built the buildings that we're kind of discussing. So I could definitely reach out to them and ask if they have any recommendations on language, terminology, anything that could trigger at least the conversion of the highest emissions producing assets first when we're looking at kind of prioritization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I don't mean to ignore anything that Councilor Nicodemus said. I feel like this conversation around this and the sort of really newly minted, I'm getting tired, version of this resolution should be used as a springboard for having conversations with community members, and particularly focusing on having conversations with historically disadvantaged communities in Milwaukie around this issue. We cannot continue to leave those people out of this conversation. So.
Well, and Natalie was involved more than I was, but there is a group that is really focused on equity as we're working on where we're going around climate. And they spent a lot of time over the last 2 years trying to figure out legislation in particular. But I think some of the network is already built to do this work equitably. And we can also, with time, reach out to them too. I do just want to make sure it's clear. This is why staff has been, we just want to make sure it's clear. This is a lot of work. Yeah. As we're talking about these things, it's not that we support you all. We're going to go with you wherever you decide you want to go. But these are trade-offs that we have to make as we're looking at the other projects that we're not going to do because we're going down these paths. So I think council gets to tell us where we're going. We're in for that. But this is the work that we have been a little concerned about, making sure we're just transparent with you about that it's going to take in order to do the work.
Mm-hmm. This isn't an and, it's an or.
Some of it will be an or. Not all of it, some of it.
This is the second resolution.
I'm really sorry, but I need a bathroom break again.
Okay, you've read this. I'm reading it to Natalie and Peter.
Okay, so I just get to go?
Oh, take a bathroom break too. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I need a chocolate.
Oh, I gave away all the cupcakes. Jazzy.
Do you have a second?
Yeah.
You were here when we got contacted about the film project. You weren't here. There's no rest for government employees. That's what they will say.
Climate solutions that we testified tonight are.
Everybody else knows.
Because the county is going to be the single biggest builder of homes in Milwaukie. They get it one fell swoop.
Right now, you're scheduled to get out of here at midnight. So I'm going to just try and shorten it just a little.
We're on there.
Hi. So we have 3 more agenda items tonight. We have a couple of options. I think at minimum, we need to talk briefly about the measure for parks. I just talked to Peter. We currently have the climate fee as scheduled to be discussed with the consultant present on September 20th. So I'd actually like to not present that information tonight, and I'd like to come back to you on the 20th. And then I'd have to defer to 2 council members about whether or not the parks later discussion needs to happen tonight, or whether or not you want to try and do that on the study session.
I'm going to start it tonight,
Okay.
don't you?
I think so. Okay, so we'll move the climate fee to the 20th, and then we'll start in on the parks discussions. Does that work? After we go through this process. Thanks.
So the second resolution is more around the education and helping people utilize other funds. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Milwaukie that the City of Milwaukie recognizes the local benefits of decarbonizing homes and buildings and accelerating transition to all electric homes and buildings throughout the city, and be it further resolved as follows: electrify existing homes and buildings. Section 1, the city manager and staff are directed to include efforts to decarbonize existing homes and buildings over time as a priority in any future climate action plan updates. Such efforts shall include attempts to educate home and building owners about the benefits of decarbonizing buildings, including new high-efficiency electric appliances, as well as any federal, state, and local incentives and resources to finance such decarbonization efforts. Section 2, direct the city manager to return to council with a proposal for engaging the community in developing a plan for decarbonizing buildings that has as its foundation social, environmental, and economic equity with emphasis on engagement of historically marginalized communities and their representatives. So, are there things about that that you need wordsmith or have a later date? Right now, that does not have a date put on it.
I think this is in alignment with what we're doing anyway. I do just want to be clear, it's a lot of work, but it is currently in the work plan. So, yeah, is that fair?
And I mean, what that resolution is asking for, though, is to add as that strategy, that specific building electrification on the next climate update that we're working on, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's something we're doing anyway.
So it would be, I want to get back to that. So is this, because I've been thinking about this and trying to figure out all along myself, and looking at what Eugene is doing, the whole conversation they're having around electrification is happening in the context of their Climate Action Plan 2.0, which is a much more involved process than we ever envisioned for our 5-year action plan updates for the Climate Action Plan. So I hear you saying it's a lot of work and we're going to do it as part of what we're already doing. And those things don't match up in my mind exactly. So I'm trying to figure out what I would like an assessment of the real costs, and to get to Councilor Nicodemus's point, the real costs of doing the engagement work around equity and in engaging historically marginalized communities adequately and appropriately.
So I can address a component of that. Right now we are doing a lot of outreach and education associated with electrification, but as you all are very aware of, there are limited staff hours that we can spend towards it. So instead what we do is we really rely on community-based organizations and partners who are already doing that work, and we promote the work that they are doing. So Community Energy Project is our low-income assistance provider for our home energy score program. They also work with historically marginalized BIPOC individuals, low-income individuals, folks with disabilities or differing abilities, to provide those electrification services already through a few different grant opportunities. So, one project we were looking at is even seeing if we can fund any sort of, grant towards CEP to provide similar services for Milwaukie residents. However, it's all, of course, through that third-party organization. There's going to be likely minimal work that I'm managing, administrating a program. And so that's kind of what we do for a lot of different elements, be it electric vehicles, be it energy efficiency, working with Zero Coalition. So it's more diffuse than potentially what we could have if we had a more robust climate program. I think that's why it's opportunistic in talking about kind of how we want to look at our climate program as a whole, and how we want to see it either expanded or remaining the same, and kind of what our vision is for what services we provide as staff versus what services we promote through the community. It takes very little for me to share information when it comes from these organizations I hear about. However, it can be complicated for residents, particularly folks who are not familiar with all the jargon and the technical terminology, or who, like me, still don't even understand taxes. So, it takes a lot. And so that's kind of one thing that we're really hoping to do, is kind of become more of a hub, be it through a dashboard, be it through some sort of mechanism on our website, Engage Milwaukie, for folks to find these resources that are either being offered from our community partners or potentially even offered through city funds ourselves through a climate fund or some other similar revenue source.
And on that piece there, I would mention in terms of that engagement piece that we're talking about, focused on this transition, that is something that we don't have budgeted resource. So there would be a need to engage with a consultant, and we would need those dollars to do that. So there's a gap there in that resource.
And there are quite prominent, as Anne mentioned, groups who are focused on a just transition. They're focused on making sure folks aren't stranded with high cost assets, or particularly folks, as Desi's mentioned, or Councilor Nicodemus has mentioned, who are the most vulnerable, who are seeing being frontline or climate frontline communities, seeing the biggest effects of climate change, but also not being able to take advantage of some of the services that are part of a transition process. So there's a lot of conversations happening, and it's all around state legislation, which, as we know, takes a long time and doesn't sometimes turn out how we intend it to be, or as quickly as we intend it to be. So that's where supplemental programming from the city could assist, along with a robust engagement process for us to fully understand what type of programming would be beneficial for folks. I had a conversation with John Hennington this morning, even talking about programming ideas and focus groups, and have you had any conversations? Have you heard of any folks taking advantage of any programs or asking for different programs? So that's actually going to be included, and I'll talk about it more on the 20th, and some of our kind of outreach and education and engagement around the climate revenues that we might see, and kind of how we want to allocate some of those dollars. And it's not everything. It's not going to close the gap by any means, but it at least can provide some assistance to help folks who might be feeling like they're left behind in any sort of electrification effort. And depending on kind of what we see for climate funding, we can make that as robust, or we can promote existing organizations and the services that they have today. It's kind of if the future is ours, it's just a matter of what kind of program design y'all are looking for, and what gaps you see.
And I guess the piece in there that isn't just engagement in terms of reaching out, but the reaching back, I think, is probably particularly important. To Councilor Nicodemus's point, there were no Black people in the room. We heard very little from communities of color, from people who self-identified as low income or mobility challenged, et cetera, so on and so forth. So I think there's a real desire in a lot of our equity work that we've done to date to have the equity work be driven by the people who typically don't get to have a voice at the table. And I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand how we can achieve that with this work. Given, it does cost money, and it does take time. This is not something that the Equity Committee has identified as a priority. It's not I'm not dissing them at all. But I am naming that in terms of the way that we've been conducting our equity work in the city, this is a deviation.
Well, I would say we would need to do something similar to what we're doing with the engagement on the parks projects that we're doing that Adam's leading. He's got a very robust engagement process and is working with John Hennington and our consultant team. We actually have 2 community engagement consultants working on this to engage with the BIPOC community and other marginalized communities to pull them in and have the discussion about our 3 neighborhood parks. So we would probably need to have a similar effort here to do that. That costs some money. I mean,
and it's time. It's just time that he's not spending on something else, right? So I talked to John last week. I know Natalie spoke with him today about our climate fees, and I appreciate that. But John has X number of hours, and so he'll work on the thing that's prioritized by this council and by the Equity Committee. I also just want to be careful, and I've said this to a couple of you before, but We're also asking that the equity committees self-drive a lot of the work they're working on, and this hasn't been the thing that they've said they want to focus on. So we would probably bring it forward to them, but it's our responsibility then to go speak with other community members and save their time for other things as well.
And there's a lot of thought that goes into engaging marginalized communities in a very technical natured, topic. I was on Portland General Electric's DEI committee for a little bit, and they were focused on just a lot of education and getting thoughts and feedback on programs. And I had some great conversations with folks there. And even at the end of it, we met once a week or every other week for quite a few months. And at the end, there were still folks who were like, I still don't understand this because it's so complicated. And so that's why some groups have been working a long time on this, and they're moving, but it's a lot of investment and work and good work that they're doing. Some things we move a lot faster, like parks, trees is a really great one. That's an example of a lot of environmental justice communities, Blueprint Foundation, being involved on green spaces work because it's something very important, and you go out and you see a tree. Unfortunately, when it comes to things like power, you flip on a light and you don't think about it. And that's probably the last thing you want to think about when you're coming home in a long day and you want, where does my electricity come from? So, but it's needed regardless if you're a BIPOC community member, marginalized community member. It's the education that we'll have to do to really kind of achieve our goals. So it's something that we're committed to doing. We'll have conversations on how we want to go about it to make sure it's meeting council's goals as well as our community's goals.
So I still didn't hear an answer to the question I asked. What about that resolution that I read needs to change in order for it to function within your work plan?
I don't think it does. I think we need to come back to you with a price as to what the cost is going to be for the additional education.
Okay.
Well, and it seems to me, section 1 is, sort of what we've been talking about. Section 2, coming back with a plan, engaging the public to develop a plan for decarbonizing existing buildings. That's a much bigger lift, right? And it's kind of weird to have that with no date on it, but maybe that's the best because, I just also, as a matter of semantics, would note that all your other ones are the city manager is directed, and this one is direct city manager too. So it needs.
I'll figure it out.
Well, and really, they should be city manager and staff throughout all three of the resolutions because it's not just the city manager who does this work.
But she's the only one we get to direct.
And if you want to, you can. I really am fine. But I guess my question is, you do point out something useful, Counselor, which is that you have two different directions in one resolution, and you've separated the others. I think that your assessment's correct, that one is easier and free than the other one. But if you all want us to come back when we come back in November, we can come back with what the price point would be that we believe we would need to add in order to get some more specific education.
And we're doing some of that already in our kind of discussions around any sort of climate revenue and what program opportunities we could potentially get with different fund balances. So, and a big part of that work, as I'll mention, is things like setting progress metrics, setting, work plans for the work we're doing. We started with just the climate action plan, which I still laugh at sometimes. Some of the actions in our climate action plans are big by themselves.
Huge.
But, Milwaukee's scrappy. We're opportunistic by nature. We figure out the best way to prioritize day by day, month to month, and we're already doing it. And so we can easily kind of come up with a more cemented idea of kind of what this would look like, particularly when it comes to a robust engagement plan. But then also just, there's even new technology out today that can help us with some of this work around dashboards and such that we can really showcase.
Okay.
Well, and my concern about, and I appreciate the breakup between section 1 and section 2 and Councilor Beatty's comment. I look at section 2 and I look at the work that is in the third resolution, and I'm having a hard time understanding how those put together don't amount to enough work that it really needs to be a council goal. And when we start talking about,
It is a council goal.
it is a goal unto itself. So that's just a question I have around the reality of being a small city with reduced capacity for doing things, and how much staff time and how much money, and money comes from the community. So this is a cost borne by the community in some fashion. How this all fits together in a way that is achievable without making electrification a goal. And I bring that up in part because the original push to have a climate fee, and I know we're having that conversation later, so I apologize for bringing it up here, but I'm hoping we can keep it tight. Anyway, was to make it possible for climate to no longer be a council goal. That was the original impetus for having a climate fee of some sort. And I say this as someone who has been a climate advocate, who served on the Climate Action Plan Committee, all of that. But I think I also care passionately about being transparent about what we are trying to accomplish and engaging the community in making those decisions with us, not making them for the community. So I did want to name that in this setting.
That was precisely what the Climate Action Plan process was about, was making those decisions with the community.
Yep.
Are we going to make it a goal on every single little piece of the Climate Action Plan that we do going forward, and every other thing that we do going forward?
I can't speak for the counselors. You all have to decide what is and isn't a goal. I just tell you what you get with it when it does become one. I think that my only words, honestly, is just about the team that's sitting here tonight, which is we're just reprioritizing their time. And that's okay. I think Natalie and I are in. We've talked about what the priorities are. You all actually get to tell us what are the highest climate priorities we have. And that's part of why we actually appreciate this conversation, is because it's helping us understand what are the things that are most important to you. And we're in for that. Yeah, I'll probably stop there. Let's give me a minute.
So to be clear, this means there will be other work that does not get done.
It does, but what it is, we don't know. I mean, Natalie's still trying to figure out some of her work plan for the coming years. Sure. I think, we were talking about the PGE project tonight, or this morning actually, and trying to figure out when the timing of that rolls. Mm-hmm. Like, that's one of them. The tree stuff seems to be dying down a bit. But there are other
Growing
things.
steadily is how we like it.
What?
Like growing steadily, just not dying.
Yeah, I was about that metaphor. Yeah.
Sustainable growth.
That's right. Yeah, that was what I was saying. But there are other things that we're going to need to talk about how this fits into. And I just also want to be transparent that Peter's carrying a lot. So he's often been the person who's helped carry some of this. And he can do some of it, but he's carrying a lot.
So here's a question I want to pose. Because we have the Climate Action Plan, right? And it states clearly in these resolutions that in 2018, the city approved the Community Climate Action Plan that established ambitious decarbonization goals, right? So, and then in 2020, we even became more ambitious and cut the plan by 5 years. So let's say these resolutions didn't exist, right? This could very easily be a discussion on how do we move our climate action plan towards the decarbonization, because we have no plan for that. So as opposed to just that's the other way to look at this, right? Because this could just be the plan towards decarbonization as opposed to just resolutions. So that's another way that's how I'm looking at it, because it does follow under the climate action umbrella. It's clearly in the climate action plan that was put together by a robust process through the community that talks specifically about decarbonization. Now, outside of, because within that same climate action plan, it clearly states the two biggest culprits to our CO2 or carbon emissions, right? Which is the emissions from residential buildings and from our transportation, and also the commercial buildings. That's another one. So with that said, and those being our big carbon emitters, right? When we say decarbonization, the logical answer would be the natural gas ban, correct?
Well,
what other way would you decarbonize on that grand of a scale?
There's actually transportation. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying for the residential has nothing to do with transportation.
Right.
Residential and commercial and industrial also has to do with what we're talking about right now. So this could very well, instead of being a resolution, be a plan towards decarbonization, correct?
And it can be a plan. I think, council member, I just want to make sure is clear. We're not saying you shouldn't do this.
Right. No,
What we're saying is this, do you want to work on this part of this plan now? Or do you want to work on another part of this plan now? Or do you want to fund multiple parts of this plan now differently than you funded them in the past? We're just trying to be transparent about there's only so much time that we have in a small staff to be able to accomplish these goals.
Right.
So I don't disagree with you. I think that what we had talked about, and she can correct me, I think what we had talked about a couple months ago was transportation really was going to be our big focus coming up, and electrification of transportation. Having conversations with major trucking companies at this point, you've got to get the grid to the point where it's ready to start handling the amount of load within our industrial way and in an NMIA in order to be able to handle the transition to an all-electric fleet. And we have other things we're working on, but yes. So if there's one Natalie and we want to do this, then we're probably not doing as much of that. That's all we're saying.
Right. Yeah, I totally understand that. And these resolutions, like one of them goes into effect 2025, one of them goes into effect 2024. I mean, between now and let's say 2024, would we not be able to, one, get our climate action or get the climate fee established, and then two, the other goal and make this the goal, set this into place as of the dates that's been established in here. So that way we're not, because we have about over a year for each one of them in time.
So the question is going to be, what's the fee? How many staff? How much money do you want to put towards this? I mean, that's why we actually brought this conversation in tonight. It's really late. So it's not, that's why I'm saying this isn't a no.
Right.
This is a transparent conversation of these are extra steps you're going to have to take. And if you want to do them, then you have to do something different on the other side in order to fund them.
I guess my point is more just like, maybe we're focusing too much on these being called resolutions as opposed to them just being plans to reaching the climate goals that were established 4 years ago.
I guess the thing I would add to that is, I see where you're coming from. When we initially designed the climate action plan, and it is wildly ambitious, there's no question about that. I was in the room. I'm proud of the work we did. Part of why we put in that check-in every 5 years was to see where are we at? Are we missing opportunities? Is this the right time for a shift in work, et cetera, so on and so forth. And I think that's all well and good. And this could be us saying that this is one of those opportunities, given the federal dollars we expect to be coming this way. This may make sense for us to prioritize this. But in those 5-year updates, we've always also said, let's prioritize what is the most effective, least cost, so on and so forth, sort of starting with what we at the time thought would be the easiest. We learned from the home energy score that we were dead wrong about that sometimes. But to do the easier things that would get us the best benefit early on. So we're putting our thumb on the scale with this work. And we are saying, we're not going to use that as the criteria. we're going to make this be something that we are going to do. So this is part of what I'm trying to surface with the questions I'm asking, is that is a choice we are making, and it is different from some of how we initially framed the climate action plan conversation with the community. And I think it's important to be transparent about that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that it's important. And to the point of, is there any other way to get to building decarbonization by 2035? Quite likely, yes. There's a whole avalanche of decisions that are happening in the next year or two that could well substantially affect that. When we drafted the climate action plan, we didn't have state legislation that was driving us toward cleaner fuels, toward carbon reduction, toward all of basically the carbon cap and trade program that we have today. We didn't have a case that 30 different activism, environmental groups and other friends of environment, whatever, I am really tired, filed against Northwest Natural saying, hey, y'all are trying to spend your money inappropriately and are basically using it to create propaganda for fracked gas instead of using it to build out the system. We don't know how that case is going to come back, but I think that you could say, once that case is settled, it's going to be a lot easier to have the conversation with the community about why we have real problems with natural gas. I could keep going, probably. I'm real tired. I could look at my list.
So just for matters of accuracy, we do not have a cap and trade.
Yes.
Nothing like it.
Whatever why I'm totally blanking on, you know what I'm talking about.
The RPS or the?
No, not the RPS. Help me out,
HB 2021.
Thank you. Yes. Could you please explain it? I really am exhausted.
Yeah. So the most recent House Bill 2021 essentially required the decarbonization of the electrical grid by 2040 to essentially a transition for Oregon fuels, Oregon energy usage for carbon-free electricity.
And it has natural gas requirements as well. And it is pushing natural gas toward decarbonization as well. And
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. There is language associated with natural gas, and I can't tell you off the top of my head what those reductions are.
Nominal.
Yes, I don't believe it's fully. It's definitely more of an electric affecting bill.
Mm-hmm. There could also be, I'm just pulling things out of nowhere here, just to illustrate my point. Yeah. You could look at legislation that makes it difficult to have, you have to replace gas appliances after 5 years. So you don't have, like the gas fireplace we tried to use in our house during the ice storm that quickly proved to be toxic, and we had to turn it off rather than get warm because it was venting inappropriately, and it's 20 years old. So I guess I'm just saying that this is not the only way to get there. It is the way we have been presented with, and it is what we are considering today. But I do feel like there are, and this is part of the challenge I have with this resolution and the third resolution, is that we've been presented with very narrow pathways to something that actually has a multiplicity of approaches that we don't know about, that I don't know about in entirety. I know the mayor is shaking his head.
There aren't a multiplicity of approaches.
Please let me
You've
finish.
been talking for the last 15 minutes, mostly not making sense.
I have not been talking for the last 15 minutes, but I'm almost done. What I would like to say is when we have resolutions that come forward without having opportunities for staff to look at them beforehand and give feedback on them beforehand, we don't have the full scope of understanding of what the possibilities might be. And even getting to the point where having those possibilities available to us is a lot of work for staff. Eugene has been discussing this. They've had 5 work sessions on all of this stuff. They've had a whole team of staff working on it for months. And we've had a fraction of that time. So this is why I'm concerned.
Because you pushed back because it was going to take too much staff time. So there aren't a multiplicity of solutions to methane pollution. There are 2. Stop using it or replace it with something else. Those are the only 2 solutions. The replace it with something else has mostly been stardust and unicorns.
I agree.
They are talking about renewable natural gas, which is us collecting methane from processes that already exist, like dairies, like landfills, which will only make up, in any reasonable estimation, roughly 20% at best, if they collect everything, of the current load. The rest would have to be green hydrogen. That was what I was working with them for the last 5 years to move towards.
Yep.
And they led me by the nose for 5 years that they were doing it, and they're not. They have no intention of investing in what it would take to switch to green hydrogen within our lifetimes.
And I don't dispute a word of any of that. And I know how hard you worked on this with Northwest Natural. I am familiar with all of that. I have said things about this in previous hearings that we've had on this topic. What I am getting at is that a natural gas ban is one tool. There's more than one tool available. And we as a council have not had conversations about that. And this community has not had conversations about that. That's what I'm trying to make.
Natural gas ban is the free version of how we change it. We stop the bleeding on any new construction. That's free to us. Free.
I don't think that's free. Who's us?
The city coffers. That's what we're responsible for.
I have not heard that. Well, I haven't posed that question. I don't know that staff has had an opportunity to think about that question, but is that your understanding of what a natural gas ban would cost the city?
I haven't read that part of the resolution. I've been waiting, mostly patiently. So that resolution says decarbonize future homes and buildings. The city staff are directed to develop code changes or take other actions as necessary to achieve the following outcomes. Fuel gas piping defined as conveying natural gas, manufactured gas, liquefied petroleum gas, or mixtures of these gases is prohibited from connecting to any building after February 15th, 2024. That date is coincidental with the date that our franchise agreement ends with Northwest Natural, which then we hope to move into a right-of-way agreement, which gives us the opportunity by state law to do exactly that. So other than some potential legal time in negotiating, and we don't negotiate right-of-way agreements. We have a right-of-way code, and that's what they will live by. But there will undoubtedly be negotiations or arbitrations or litigations or something. But beyond that, it doesn't cost the city money to not allow new pipes to be put in the ground. The physical infrastructure will not cost us anything. That's what I mean by free.
I mean, there's obviously, a staff time cost. And I think we don't know what that is in drafting this. I mean, to me, setting aside the question I raised earlier about residential versus non-residential and sort of what exploration we need to make about non-residential. When it comes to residential, it seems to me this is not a huge lift in terms of staff time, in terms of drafting. But I don't know that for sure. I mean, that's my gut feeling about it.
Could we please ask staff that question?
Well, and Councilor Beatty and I have talked about this. I'm open to the staff time. I think there's 2 ways you could go at this. One is, what's the goal of council? Is the goal to enter a discussion with the courts Or is the desire to stay out of the courts and to try and maneuver a system? We're breaking ground here. A lot of the cities that exist that are doing this work are in states where they have a different public utility commission and a different energy decision-making process than the one we have here. So a lot of the lessons learned in those states just are different here. And it's hard for me to tell you how much time it's going to take because they're very different structures. What is it? Was it CCA that was talked about for a long time? Yeah. I looked at doing a CCA that's legal in California. We tried to look at doing it in Utah. We wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Choice aggregation.
Which is why we ended up with the legislation we did instead, which keeps the utility managing the system. So it's not apples and oranges, or apples and apples. It is apples and oranges, right? So it's hard for me to tell you how much time it's going to be. The discussion I've had with staff is I would recommend that we would want to hire a consultant to actually, who's done this work in other states, to come in and help us with the code package. That person's going to have some sense for what our code is, and they're going to have to work with Justin to an extent on figuring that out. There's changes probably, building code is where this has naturally been in the past. I think there's a lot of open-ended questions about building code right now and whether or not that's where you all would want to place it based on how the state requires the state to manage our building code. Right-of-way is managed by us. It's definitely more flexible, but at what point do we trip into the building code? So it's hard for me, and maybe the two of you have a better answer. It's hard for me to say how much time. Mm-hmm. It's not just the physical writing of words. It's which words are going to get you the thing that gets you the outcome. And I'm not sure what those are right now. And I'm not sure we're going to know until Eugene actually adopts some things and goes through a process.
Right. And I would say the thing that's challenging is trying to figure out what equivalent number and style and design of programs would match a natural gas ban. I mean, there are definitely voluntary programs that are working at electrification right now. But I don't know what success rate those have in terms of emissions reductions to compare it for the staff time invested in that compared to a staff time invested, say, in Eugene so far. I can definitely ask around and see kind of who manages what programs, particularly if we can scale it down somewhat from like Portland has a lot of them funded through the Clean Energy Fund now. They have some different grant distributions that are going to nonprofits. So I could definitely ask around to see if I can get an idea on kind of administrative time and resources required for starting and maintaining some of those programs too. Mm-hmm.
I would like to see more information about what the staff time is that would be involved in resolution number 3 and the second part of number 2.
So I just want to make sure you all know what that means in my mind. I think Natalie's right. Some of that is programmatic and it's more that carrot approach. I think on the stick approach, I'm going to recommend that we call a couple of the consultants that I know, that you know, who are doing this work in other states, ask them what realistically with the cities that they're working with, what percentage of a staff person's time is being dedicated to this actual work. And then what their legal bills are looking like right now, honestly, because I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if I know at least Berkeley's in court. I don't know who else is in court.
And honestly, I understand, Councilor Beatty, that you don't see how it could be that much time. I guess I've been following what's happening in Eugene closer, and it has taken a lot of time, and it is not clear to me that what Eugene is doing is anything that we can just cut and paste, particularly since we also have a community conversation that has not taken place. I will say that the thing that I really would rather not discuss here, but I haven't figured out a way to not bring it up, is that it will be a shock to me if Northwest Natural doesn't put something on a ballot in probably May that would take away the city's ability to do this. And I am very concerned that we don't have the staff and we don't have the time the capacity, or the commitment as a council, because it's not going to be this council, seated council, that is carrying the work. It is going to be a different council to do the legwork that it will require to defeat that measure. And I do not want to have it on the books that Northwest Natural was able to successfully pass something that prevented cities from having agency around electrification, future buildings.
You're talking about a statewide?
No, just an initiative.
Milwaukie.
Yeah, a Milwaukie initiative. Yeah. They've already been asking questions in Milwaukie.
Right.
And our threshold for qualifying something is very low. And we have not had, to Councilor Nicodemus's point, we have not had the conversation with the community to educate them about why we think this is so important. And I'm concerned that we do not have the resources to have the conversation and win that fight.
Well, I mean, I think that potential exists now, irrespective of what we do, right? And I think we heard from a lot of people in a lot of groups and who are obviously very motivated. And if it comes to a ballot, I don't actually see the city as leading the charge. I see those groups as leading the charge. So, I mean, in some ways, a ballot, well, yeah, I don't want to say any more about that, but I mean.
I have a question for staff, actually. What was the cost and the time for the survey that was put out in regards to the parks measure?
$22,000.
And how much staff time did that take to do that?
20 hours.
Would it? Because that would kind of beat them to the punch, number one, and it would get a better idea, because we did the same thing for parks. We had a survey for parks and multiple questions, and we can do something like that to at least gauge if that, what you just brought up, is even a potential, if the city would even go for, if the constituents and the residents of the city would even go for a ballot measure like that Northwest Natural would put out. The survey would at least give us a better idea of what we're looking at.
We wouldn't know how they would word it. I can guarantee you it won't be.
Oh, I'm sure. But don't they have to still go through the same process to put it on the ballot?
They do, but we would have to know that in order to be able to poll citizens, and the time frame might be tight. I think the point that Lisa made, that the advocates around this would be fighting that fight. It wouldn't be the city. We can't anyway, as a city. Only the council can. And
I think Eugene's going to be, they wouldn't be on the referendum, but in court, it would probably be staff. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure it's clear. I think on a referendum, you're correct, it wouldn't be staff. I think on a court, it would be staff. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear. If this is not prudent, please stop me. But I do think at this point, we've talked about the three. And I was wondering if we could just do a straw poll based on the feedback that you all have given us that you'd like us to come back with, generally where we're at tonight. Or do you want to keep talking? It is 10:30.
I feel like you guys have enough to be able to come back to us in 2 months with adjusted language or estimates on, all the things we talked about. You have enough information to do that.
So to confirm, then this team is comfortable with this team prioritizing this work over the next 2 months and then coming back to you with additional information. Just on all three. This is for all three. We've gotten feedback. We'll go back and watch it tomorrow morning to make sure we capture all the required direction. Okay. Does that work then? Do you mind if we call it a night for this item?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess we don't really need a motion to table it. We'll just table it.
Perfect. That works great. Does anybody need a break before we go into the parks discussions?
We just had one.
Need a motion?
I can't
Did you
actually.
decide you don't need a motion?
I don't
No,
think we need a
it's
motion.
resolutions. You're okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just bring it back.
And we're doing the climate fee policy
20th.
in the next meeting. So the ballot, the Parks Levy Ballot Measure Referral, thank you guys.
By the way, for the advocates for, if any of them are still online, and then one or two and still in the room, the advocates for these resolutions, I hope that you guys are all focusing some efforts on working with the county housing authority, because the single biggest development in Milwaukie, 400 units of housing, is going to be built by the county. So that's your opportunity to actually make it stand on, and that's going to start before 2024. It's going to start next year, as I understand it. So I think, focusing some effort on the county to get the county to commit that it's new construction is going to be all electric it's an effort that might be worth undertaking.
And you talked about wanting to know what is going on in the rest of the country. The person that testified earlier, and I'll get you her email, is Ann Pernick.
Yeah.
She's the organizing factor for all of those cities.
One of my colleagues from Salt Lake City actually started working as a private consultant on this work as well. He's out of Arizona. So I was going to reach out to Tyler and just ask him which cities he's working with, what his going rate is, what the contracts look like, and then is he partnering with IREC or any of the other major firms that are doing this type of work? How many hours? I mean, the rate is different depending on who we hire, but the hours should be somewhat comparable. So how many hours are they into litigation? I just don't know.
Okay. All right. Parks Levy Ballot Measure. This is going to be presented by our City Attorney, Justin Garrett.
Hi, I'm Justin Garrity, City Attorney. Well, I don't have a lot to report other than we did the required notice for our ballot initiative, and we did not draw a challenge. I think the due date, Scott, if you'll remind me, was 5 o'clock on was it Friday? Thursday the 1st. So nothing trickled in over the weekend or anything like that, and I think they have to give us pretty quick notice on it, so I'm pretty safe to say that nothing's been filed. The next step, of course, is the decision whether or not we submit it to the Secretary of State and put it on the ballot, or submit it to the county and put it on the ballot, which needs to be, that needs to occur by Thursday, September 8th. So that's 2 days. And with that, I'll let you folks discuss and ask questions as you feel necessary. And your decision as to whether or not you want our elections official, Scott Stauffer, and myself to take that next step. The only thing that needs to occur on my desk is to fashion the explanatory statement, which will be based on the summary, largely cobbled straight from the summary that you've already seen.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. I would say that in conversations I have had in the intervening weeks with the community, it is clear to me that we don't have a lot of clarity in the community around this. And when I'm looking at a November ballot, I don't see us hitting the mark on being able to have real conversations and get the community to understand why we think this is so important. And I think we have a very good argument for why it's important, but it is going to take some time. And I think it's probably going to take some expertise that the 5 of us cannot apply. And once something is on the ballot, it becomes something that the city can't be engaged in. We don't have the resources of staff to help guide the conversation. We don't have the resources of the city to help us understand how best to explain the work that needs to be done. And, as I've said earlier in the evening, I think community outreach is key. And I would like to see us succeed because I do think this is critical to the future of our parks. So my impetus or my thought would be that we should give it a little more time and respect the fact that what we've heard from our community is that they're confused, and really take the time that they deserve to have the conversations with them and explain where we're coming from and tell the story. So I would recommend that we wait until sometime in the spring to put something forward on the ballot.
I would agree with that. I don't think we've done enough to let people know exactly why we want to leave the district. The reasons why we were looking into leaving the district. We just have to do a better job of outreach and education to the entire community. Because I believe that if they know about it, they'd be all for it. But, looking at the Facebook and the chit chat and just seeing what people were saying, it was an eye opener for me that folks don't know. And 4 people on this council are going to be running a campaign, except for me. So, it'd be hard to find time for them as well to do extra work on this right now. So I'm totally behind waiting until the spring.
Yeah, I am too. The main reason, like in the last meeting, the main reason I was even skeptical was because of the commingling of the funds. But if that's not even that big of a deal, and that might not even happen, or even if it does, we're just not at that point yet. I think it'd be good to wait, kind of get a better idea of what they're going to do as well. We might be able to spare ourselves.
Well, I don't hold out hope that we'll be able to, that anything will change with them, but I do think we've lost a month since we first talked about this. So, and yeah, as noted, most of us are in campaign mode. So, it does make sense to me that that we need more time to educate people. The people I talk to generally are like, oh yeah, you talk to them for 10 minutes and they're like, okay, got it. You tell them the history of the Milwaukie Bay Park project and that we have $900,000 in deferred maintenance, and they're like, oh, so we just need to get that information out there.
We just need a lot more 10-minute conversations.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing at least is we have a majority of council who would like to wait.
I'm fine with waiting.
You're okay with it? I figured.
Yeah.
So we will work on taking some additional steps. I just want to make sure it's really clear. Peter Pasquarelli is going to be the person who is going to be taking on this workload, explaining why he's hanging out here. And that I'll be working with him to do the transition. We're also going to be bringing in somebody who can help us from outside, just with making sure that we're doing the right things to talk to the community. We have a community engagement specialist in a number of our projects, and we haven't had one here. So we would get somebody who can help us with our engagement work for the short term.
Okay.
That's what I have, Pat.
Good.
So do you need an actual motion or?
Yes, actually, because this council did pass a resolution, it'd be helpful to document for staff if the council would motion to withdraw the previously adopted resolution for the parks levy, which will then help me at least document that instead of filing an SCL 802 form, I'll file an SCL 804 withdrawal form at the county elections office by Thursday. So if council would entertain a motion to simply withdraw the previously adopted resolution referring a parks levy to the voters.
I have authority to submit it. Past resolution, just a check stop that we were fortunate to be able to build in. So I concur with Scott.
There were more words after Scott said it very nicely, and now I can't repeat it word for word. Maybe someone else can.
I move to withdraw the previously adopted resolution, moving forward a Parks Levy ballot measure.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to withdraw the previously passed resolution and refer.
No, the passed resolution referred a Parks Levy ballot measure.
What she said. Is there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. Council Parks goal, a discussion.
Do you want to kick us off, Councilor Beatty? Do you want me to kick us off?
Oh, I can start.
We can speak in unison.
Last year, of course, Councilor Body wasn't on council at the time, but last summer, when we discussed goals, we discussed our, we ended up with the climate goal and continuing the climate goal and the equity goal that had been previously adopted. We also discussed continuing the housing goal, but we had a very robust and, so at some points heated discussion about other things that were competing for staff attention, and the fact that the housing goal had sort of met certain marks and we should let that play out. And so we ultimately only adopted 2 when we have traditionally adopted 3. The other competing goals were parks, because I think a lot of us foresaw the current situation with parks that has us considering the withdrawal from NCPRD. And a secondary one was the Kellogg Dam removal as well. But the real crux of the debate was between housing and parks. And I think that was very prescient of some of us at the time. And I think the time is ripe to make parks and establishing an independent parks district or, parks department within the city a goal.
And I would just say, we did not rehearse this in advance. I agree that we do need to make parks a goal at this point in recognition of the amount of work that staff has already been investing in parks over the past few months, and the work that we have just in the previous conversation requested they perform. So I also have concerns that surfaced in earlier conversations about setting goals for a future council. So my sense of the duration for the setting of this goal would be that it would be through the end of the year, just for the next few months. And that setting goals is really something that is challenging to have. That is what am I trying to say? I am tired. Setting goals is a right of the seated council of the time. So I guess if we set it for more than 4 months at this point, recognize that in January, whoever is on council at that time gets to decide whether or not it continues.
Well, I wouldn't set a time limit on it personally. Typically we have not discussed goals immediately after an election. We've let the new council kind of get its sea legs and discuss goals in the summer. And there's nothing to say they can't, the next council can't decide to discuss goals in January. I don't think it's that wise, but I don't think we need to put an end time on it. We haven't put an end time on the other 2 goals. I don't think we need to put an end time on it. It will just be discussed at whatever point the council next discusses goals. And depending on what happens with the climate fee, you know, there may be an opening for, there may be a pretty robust discussion about goals.
Any council can replace any goal at any time.
Right.
So that is, I mean, just transparently, they could keep it for 10 years because it's the most important thing to the next council. I don't know.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Does this mean I get to see more of Adam Lasso?
Yes, it does. You do get to see more of Ted Lasso.
I have a question because I wasn't here when you guys did that. What benchmarks or what was the criteria that took housing off as a goal and replaced it with parks?
Well, it didn't replace it with parks. That's why we ended up only with two.
What took housing off as a goal? What did we reach?
Well, we had passed the CET. We had the process for we had established with the Citizens Committee the process for prioritizing how CET funds were spent. We had Sparrow in the pipeline. We had Coho in the pipeline. We had, you know, it was just felt like we had done a lot of things out of our housing affordability strategy. And that it was time to like let those things, you know, take place or play out and see.
And there were differing viewpoints on the whys and hows. It was quite a robust discussion. I would say that from my perspective, housing, and I said it at the time, was very likely to come back as a goal in the not too distant future. And that what we lacked, that we didn't have the information that would make that a meaningful goal at the time we were having the discussion, because we still needed to basically have the housing, the MHAS update, the housing needs analysis update. There's a whole host of information that was going to come out of that would shape future work. And that we had this middle housing code package that was going to launch, and giving it some time to be out in the world and see what was working and what wasn't working, and putting those three elements together in the future would give us a window of opportunity to have to accomplish real work around housing that we just don't have or didn't have at the time. It was just sort of this awkward, from my sense, it was this awkward time where we kind of had this lull in what we were doing. But again, everybody at the table had their own take on this, so you could just watch the conversation.
Yeah, I was going to ask like when that was, just because I feel like housing would be great, because that Metro bond just passed, and for the next 10 years, our county's getting $15 million. Why wouldn't we?
Because the county is responsible for that, not us.
Right, but we submit projects to the county.
No, we don't.
That money, don't
we? Don't.
And that's wraparound services.
Yeah.
In any case, that's not building new housing. The building new housing bond passed
several years. 2019.
We are nearly spent out on it.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
not
that hillside was underway, and that would go.
Yes.
But wasn't that bond that money was supposed to be allocated to affordable housing projects?
So there were
which bond? The first one or the second one?
The second one in 2020.
It's around wraparound services. So what we know about affordable housing is there's a lot of folks that need that housing that also need other services in order to be successful in that housing. And so when we passed the housing bond measure to build new housing, new affordable housing, we recognized in that moment that there was going to need to be further money in order to help those folks that got that new housing keep it. But because it's not just a given.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I am wondering if this conversation could happen another time.
Hey, tell me when those conversations were so I can go back and watch them.
Well, it's last summer. Scott, I'm sure, can get you a date tomorrow and send you a date.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we are just wanting to open this parks goal discussion tonight. We don't have a language to present, so I guess we're not,
We're doing sort of the straw poll, and then typically the way we've had goals discussions in the past is we talk about it, we say, yes, this is our intent, and then the resolution is the next meeting. So, and goals do require a 4-1.
What? Say again, goals require what?
Goals require a vote of 4-1 or 5-0.
4-1 or 5-0.
Votes.
And I'm staring at you.
Yeah, I was going to. I'm fine with putting it on, because I mean, we're going to have another discussion in when does the new council decide on goals? Is that next year sometime?
Typically, it would be
January, February.
There are options.
Yeah.
The council retreat is going to be different this year. So it's a 2-day retreat that we're doing, and we're going to be leaving town, which I need to forward to everyone. But it's the end of January. As we just talked about, it's a 4-1 or 5-0 vote. So literally, if two people don't want to talk about goals right now, there's no goals discussion. So, I mean, that's probably the easiest way to do it. We'll start the discussion. It's up to the council whether or not they want to set them at that time. And then if it doesn't happen, then it would be 6 months later. We'd bring it back probably in June or July.
Okay.
And I will also ask of the council, of these goals, are we continuing them if they're here? Because that is a decision in and of itself at that point in January too. But these are all discussions for the group to have when we get there.
It seems silly to me to create a council goal 4 months from the end of a council, and then to do it again in a month after that. It's just my opinion. You're not going to accomplish much in 4 months. And the point of our council goals is to accomplish big things. It's to set it up. It's to give the staff direction. It's to create funding. There's no budget opportunity between now and the end of the year.
Two things. Sorry, we actually need a motion real fast because we're about to cross. Can we just extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
Good morning. We'll need a motion.
We need a motion that says we're going to keep meeting for 15 minutes.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:15. God help us.
Thanks.
And moved and seconded to extend the meeting to 11:15. All those in favor?
Aye.
Go on, Mayor. Sorry. Keep going.
You had two things, I thought.
Well, I'd like you to finish. I do have a response, but if you want to finish, go for it.
So what's the process that's been occurring is that we've been behaving for the last handful of months as if we had a council goal that was parks. We have put significant staff time into something that was not a council goal. It was not in the budget. And so this feels a little bit like, CYA or, we have been doing that. We should probably make it a council goal so that's legit or something. There's nothing technically, we don't technically have to have a council goal to do a thing. But the way we've functioned as a council until now is that we have, if it's outside of the standard operating procedures of the city, if it's making some big change in the city, we have created a council goal. We've put funding into that. We've put time and effort. And it's usually a couple of years, 4 years, 6 years to do the thing, because it's a big deal, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't need to be a council goal.
Do you mind if I just add something real fast? We did actually budget. So we put $171,000 into the budget for parks during the budget cycle. We have actually hired a staff person as well. So Adam was hired using different funds, but he has been helping me as we've been going through this process. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear. The standards for a goal actually were met whether or not you dedicated it. At the time, what I said was I didn't want to dedicate it if you all didn't set it as a goal. And then we sort of got there anyway. So, thanks.
But I think that when we're talking about putting something on the ballot and having that discussion with the community, which is something we are discussing doing in the next 4 months. And we are talking about hiring a consultant to help us with that work. I think that it is extraordinarily valuable in the conversations with the community that we will have over the next 4 months to tell them that we have made parks a council goal. I think it articulates in a very understandable, accessible way that this is something that rises to the level of being really important to us. And I don't know how we pay for the consulting work otherwise.
And I guess I take issue with the idea that a goal has to be a 4 to 6 year thing. I think that's, I think some goals we've seen, climate has been a goal for that long, but, and that's why we're looking for ways to fund it on its own so that we can move to other things. But some goals will be a year, some goals will be 3 years. I think it's going to vary depending on the goal. But I think this one is important for the reasons the council president just said, also for the message it sends to the county commissioners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also for the message it sends to the county commissioners.
Because we only extended it by 15 minutes, is there a straw poll generally? Are you at the point that you'd like us to? So what happens is that a council member would draft a resolution in the format that we've adopted them in the past, and we'd place it on the next council agenda for adoption. That would place us on the 20th. Are there 4-1 or 5-0 on this? I'm seeing, okay, 4-0. I'm sorry, 4-1, not 5-0. It's late. Okay, so I would just ask, I believe that both Councilor Beatty and Council President Heisey brought this, so if you wouldn't mind working on a resolution. And I think historically, you've sent it to council in advance just so that they can look at it, and then you discuss it on the dais and you adopt here. Okay, thanks.
With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I say one thing?
To adjourn.
No, missed it. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Sure.
I'm totally fine. This was not important.
Because I could ask for discussion.
You could ask for discussion on the motion. Ask for a discussion on the motion. Okay. The conversation about the motion is actually that we've had a request from Wes to have a representative placed onto the board. And I just wanted to be transparent that I've had a conversation with Councilor Casrabati, and he is going to go do a one-on-one session with them just to learn more about it before we make a vote on who would actually be the person. I wanted to make.
This is for what?
This is the West. What did I do?
What did I get voluntold for?
Never mind. Never mind. Just say yes. This is about the West system, so our sewer system.
Water
So,
environmental services.
So he's going to go do a couple hours with them and learn more about what the board is doing, and then we'll come back and talk just to make sure everybody's educated before the vote. Thank you.
I'll second the motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Bye.
We are adjourned.
All right. Thank you. Staying.